So I put up a post here almost 10 days ago saying something that should otherwise be common knowledge at this point here. I like to refute, as you all know, my job is to refute and debunk misconceptions out there. And one of these things, what people are doing is they're trying to come up with really catchy ways of selling us on things. And one of the little catchy ways that they're trying to come over here is say that men who get married are healthier and wealthier, they make more money and they live longer. To which I just made the observation that there is zero evidence that marriage helps men live longer and healthier. The men that they're all referring to, they were already healthier and wealthier with or without a wife. You're talking about Kanye West or Jay-Z. No, they were already healthier and wealthier before they met the women that they married. And if they got divorced, they continued being healthier and wealthier. So there is no correlation between getting married and being healthier and wealthier. It's just a matter of human nature. You're going to have more men. You're going to have a good number of men who are going to get married, but that doesn't mean that the marriage is causing any of that. So folks are trying to come up with real catchy ways of coercing behavior. And I thought this would be a good opportunity to go ahead and discuss that, because when I put up this post on my Facebook page, and by the way, if you're not following me on Facebook, why not? So I put up this post there, and one of my Facebook friends, hello Sheba, she said, "Now Jason, I know you don't believe marriage is a smart decision to make at this time for men." Okay. Well, certainly under common circumstances, no. It would not be well advised, because the rules that govern marriage have altered. Government's involvement in marriage is altered, but most of all, and most importantly, female culture is radically different than it was. So men are still doing what men have always done. It's everything else that has transformed. So until men adjust, the landscape has changed, and until men adjust to those changes across the board, no, marriage is not something that I think is a smart decision for most men, because most men have not adjusted to the changed landscape. They're still operating with obsolete expectations and obsolete demands. And these obsolete expectations worked for their fathers and their grandfathers that will not work for you. She goes on to say here, "But I do think these types of conversations you're having is like you're trying to convince black men not to get married, and I don't think that's the answer." Let's be clear about one thing here. I'm not convincing anybody of anything. The women have convinced the men. Dating the women convinced the men. Competing for the women of today convinced the men. Getting married to these women convinced the men. Watching their friends and their family and their relatives get married, that convinced the men. All I'm doing is reporting the news. I'm simply repeating what they already know. I'm not introducing some concept. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that at all. So that is not what I'm doing. By the way, in the chat room there, very glad you said that there, Aya910. Very glad you made that observation. So we're going to go ahead and have you give us a call up, because of course I would love for you to go ahead, and there's no reason in the world why we shouldn't go ahead and discuss that. So since you have seen fit to go ahead and mention that, I think that's a perfectly fine thing. No problem with that at all. And we're just going to go ahead and have her give us a call, because after all, if you're going to say that, then certainly we should have you go ahead and expound on what the point is or what the relevance is of it. So that's going to be a good thing for you here. So we'll go ahead and give her a little few minutes here to go ahead and give us a call. So she makes the observation about me and convincing men not to get married. And it's like, by the way, isn't this what these men have observed? That's what's done that. It's not me. It's not YouTube. It's not the red pill. It's not any of that, by the way. And I'm not red pill or any of those things, by the way, as you all know. But it's not anyone externally who has done that. It is what these men have observed. Why is it that people will not simply acknowledge that that's really what it is? They take a look at the courts, they take a look at TV, they take a look at media, they take a look at what's happening to their friends, they take a look around them. They don't see men whose lives have gotten better, are improved, are markedly evolved. That's not what they're seeing. They don't see that. That's not what's going on. They're seeing men who are hoping and wishing for things at best, but not where anything's actually happening. They don't see a situation. Men take a look at their married male friends, and they don't see somebody whose shoes they want to step in. There's where the real problem comes in. Men are looking around at their male counterparts inside and outside of their families. They're taking a look at those men and asking themselves a simple question: would I like to trade places with him? And the answer is no. They don't want to trade places with those men. They don't want to trade places with them. They don't want to be like them. They don't want to trade places with them. They don't want to have what they've got. They don't want to switch places. They don't want their wife. They don't want their home. Fellas here today, listen to me live right now. None of you want to be like those guys. You don't want his house. You don't want his woman. You don't want his kids. You don't want his situation. You don't want his bills. You don't want his job. We don't want to trade places with these guys. Hell, nowadays, you don't even want to cheat with his woman. Do you understand that? Nowadays, the men don't even want to cheat with the women. It's, you take a look at the married women, it's like, meh. Now, there's a brutal reality to have to accept there. That, by the way, the men are not even fighting or competing to have that. They're not actually even doing that. That's not what's occurring. The men, for the most part, are checked out. And they didn't have to be convinced. The reality is what they observed is what did it. It's not some spooky guys on the internet or anything doing that. It's just what they observed and what they've seen. That's all. That's all. You couldn't convince this many men if they hadn't seen it for themselves. You know, you can only, otherwise you would be too easily dismissed. That's the problem. It would be too easy to dismiss you if everybody else wasn't seeing what you're seeing or wasn't seeing an equivalent of it. You would be too easily dismissed. That's the issue. You wouldn't be able to do it this long because it would be too easy to ignore you. People are not ignoring it because everyone is seeing the same thing. No matter where you are in the United States or where you are on Earth, increasingly, everyone is seeing the same thing. Now, you have a choice to make under those circumstances. You can attempt to convince the men that what they're seeing and what they're hearing isn't really real. You can go for that one and you can try that. Or you can acknowledge that what the men are seeing and hearing is real. You can treat it like a politician is supposed to, is that you don't argue with your constituency about whether or not they see that. Your job is to acknowledge that if it's real to them, then it better be real to you. Here's the issue that we have. The issue that we have is that the men are clearly spelling out something that they clearly see in front of them, and then everybody tries to rise up and tell them you don't really see that, as opposed to at the very least acknowledging, that is what you see. And if it's real to you, then it better be real to those of us trying to talk to you, as opposed to people telling you it ain't really there. This is just a figment of your imagination. She goes on to say that our marriage rates are low enough. I think we need strong black families and marriage is the answer. Now, that's very interesting that she would say that. She said, I think we need strong black families, and marriage is the answer. What am I supposed to tell my little beautiful black daughters when they come of age? I'm teaching them how to be exceptional young ladies, and if black men stop marrying us, what will our children have for men as leaders, providers, and protectors? You just got to marry the right woman. There's a lot of hyenas out here, so you just have to be very careful. And if she's not the right one, you should not marry her. Do you see the issue here? Do you see what the issue is? And by the way, I like Sheba. I like Sheba personally. She's cool people. I'm using this as a teaching moment. I'm utilizing this as a teaching moment. She says that she thinks that marriage is the answer. I get that. She then turns right around and tells you, what is she going to tell her daughters? To which the guy right after this says, by the way, I'm curious, what is your husband telling your daughters? To which she told him, well, I made some mistakes. I can admit that, but I've done a lot of work on myself. I may not have a husband yet, but I do have a man who is a protector, provider, and great responsible leader. I treat him well, and one day, hopefully, he will be my husband. So in other words, she is soliciting him for marriage. The reason that you have to do that, though, is because the offer is not as inviting as it should be. There's where the disconnect and the problem comes in. She has chosen to become a mother, which means that you didn't want to be a wife until you had no choice. And what we're saying is that's the crux of the problem. That's not an inviting situation for a man to be in. We just did the stepdad era program last week. Why is it that if she's talking about, she thinks that I'm trying to convince men not to get married. Okay, was I there to convince her not to get married? Did I have anything to do with convincing her? What was the YouTube program? Who were the people talking to her who told her that she didn't need to get married? It's because there is a guy who she allowed to get her pregnant, apparently more than once, and he didn't have to do anything except show up. So what is going on there? What happened there? That's the real question. What happened there? Did you notice that? It always comes down to the men. But what we're saying here is that, by the way, as if the men are just easily influenced lemmings and it's not something that they actually thought their way through. Has she given any thought to the idea or perspective that, by the way, you've created a situation and men would prefer not to be part, they want to be in a relationship, not a situationship. So by me saying to men, hey fellas, you want to be strategic in how you do things, that's treated as a slur. There's nothing wrong with men being strategic and thoughtful in what they do. And there's everything wrong with telling them that they shouldn't think about things, that the men should just desire to get married. Now let's go to this misconception here. You gotta marry the right woman. Well, of course, I had said to her, your statement about marrying the right woman is highly misleading. Every woman thinks that she's a good woman. And yet when you question the men who know her, most women today don't pass that test. Have you all noticed that the majority of women online go around bragging about being married in order to impress other females? And first of all, you're failing on both sides. You're not impressing the men nor the women. But they go around and they're trying to impress people. And they talk about being married. And right here is the point I want to make. Well, they would have you believe that they are good women. Good women based on what? Good women based on what? What is it that makes a good woman? Well, the first issue that we run into is that you're not going to be able to decide that. You're not going to be able to determine that because you're not the one who decides what qualifies as a good woman. Only the men can. And therein lies the issue is that do you all notice there's a lot of females out here, female gurus and everything else. They spend their time waving their marriage certificate in the faces of other women. Did you notice that the men they're married to are dead quiet? Damn! Did you notice that? It's the females trying to sell you something, trying to get some shine or get some attention. It's the females who are going around and always talk about that. But you notice they're men. The men that they're married to, you notice them fellas don't say anything. I mean, they don't say anything at all. They'll post about sports. They'll post about their TV shows. They'll post about females they've been with before. They do not present the way that their wife does. Did you notice that? See, if all of this was legit and if everything was balanced, then the men would be out there talking just as much as their woman does, but the men are not. They're not doing that. Well, that's because the men don't have anything to sell you. They're the ones who bought. They're the ones who paid, so they don't have anything to sell. They don't have anything to sell you. The folks who are hoping to get something and sell something, those are the ones doing the talking. Those are the ones doing all the speaking. The ones looking to sell something. But as a man, marriage costs us. You see, Toshiba and all the other females out there, I want you to understand something. The reason that all of you can be so cavalier about marriage is because you're also going to be cavalier about divorce. Because in reality, marriage does not cost, well, I can't say it doesn't really cost. It doesn't cost a woman what it costs a man. Women see marriage as a come up. For men, however, marriage is a huge liability and expense. That is why you can be so cavalier about it. It's the men who have to be very, very serious and very, very careful. The women, however, are very cavalier. So you see, that's why they can flag that around so much. Because it won't cost them anything. But you see, for the men, it does cost. For the men, there is a huge cost to it. Now, if women had to pay the same cost that men do, women would be far less likely to want to get married, and they would certainly not be pushing forward later. If a woman is only interested in marriage after she's done a bunch of other things, that should tell you something. That should tell you something. If women only want to get serious about getting married once they've gone off and gotten themselves in a situation, then they don't actually want marriage. She wants to get married when she has nothing to lose. They want the men to go out and gather everything possible and to have huge liabilities they can lose. The woman wants to get married when she ain't got a dime to her name. She's got a bunch of kids and a bunch of problems, and she has nothing to lose. In the chat room, Ray the King, you're right. She has nothing to lose. She's got zero to give. So she's got everything to gain. Now, when a female is in her early 20s, mid 20s, why, she's got a lot to give and a lot to lose. And that's why females in their 20s today are not even thinking about getting married. They're thinking about jumping out here and doing all kinds of things, but they're not thinking about getting married. They're like, I got plenty of time. Take a look at all these options I have. And it's only once the options dry up that all of a sudden they scramble and say, okay, let me go ahead and get married. And not because they want to be married, but because they're looking for a bailout. And I want you all to understand, to the women, that's not attractive to men. You need to come to the men when you still got something to lose. You need to come to the men before you sit up here and go through your slut phase. You need to come to the men. You want the men to come to you without liabilities and baggage. And meanwhile, it's like, okay, no, I got so much baggage. Let me get married, because what you're really saying is I think that's men's job. Men's job is to help me carry my baggage. That's not a situation. That's not a relationship. That's exploitation. Is a single mom a good woman?
What?
No offense to Sheba or anybody else out there, but by the way, is a single mom a good woman? I always find it interesting when single moms want to tell us all about how good women, what good women are and what good women should be. And by the way, I just ask a simple question. Can a single mom be a good woman? Is a single mom a good woman? Now, if you ask her, she's going to tell you, oh, absolutely. No brainer. But that's a question I want you all to understand. That's a question I want you all to understand. And I want us to be brutally honest about that. I want us to be brutally honest about that, because her definition of good is not necessarily men's definition of good. A woman coming to you with another man's baggage and another man's issues. Tell me, what does she have to do to be good? I mean, you're coming here with a whole bunch of problems. Explain to me exactly what it is you offer that is good. And I'm being objective about this. Now, I've gone ahead and I posted the Zoom link in the chat room. So Jesus is King. I want you to go ahead and you can go ahead and hit me up on the Zoom link. Also, Talia, whatever her name is there, she can go ahead and hit me up on that there as well. Blog Talk is messing up here. I wish I'd had time to go ahead and deal with this earlier. I did not have time to go ahead and check on that earlier. So they are having issues again. Apparently some nonsense. Not really sure what's going on there, but you can go ahead and click the Zoom link. It's at the top of the chat room there. I want you to go ahead and give us a call here. And I'm saying this because I want this to be a brutally honest assessment. This is not about whether or not you are a, quote, law-abiding citizen. What determines if you are, quote, good or not? It's not, are you a good person? Are you a good mate?
Damn!
That's the point that really gets lost here. When you say good women, you're describing a law-abiding citizen. What you're not describing is a good mate. Now, that's what you're not describing. We can understand why it is that you would be very eager and very anxious to jump off into these things. Yeah, we can understand why you would be okay with that. What people are not saying today is why the men are not doing it. I'm just going to be totally honest with you here. The men are done with marriage as a group. Men are done with marriage because the women were done 5 decades ago. You can't go off and have your own separate rebellious culture that is constantly insulting men, insulting their intelligence, assaulting their sensibilities, assaulting their preferences, dumping them into your bad situations over and over again. You can't do that for 5 decades and think that there will not be a response. The women checked out of marriage 5 decades ago and said, well, don't worry, I'll get an abortion. And if I do get married, I'll get a divorce. They want the men to be faithful and handcuffed to their decisions while the women are free agents. And there's the problem. That's the issue. You don't get to have that. That's a problem. Everyone needs to have skin in the game. And the females are saying, no, there shouldn't be rules for thee, not for me. And what I'm saying is that if women signed up for the same requirements that men do, that she will be obligated like the men are. Let's be clear. The only reason that women claim they want marriage is because when you start telling them why you want to get married, they start talking about what the man is going to give them and do for them. What she does not do is talk about what the man is going to get that's of equal or greater value. There's the problem. They didn't have to come to Jason Black to find this out. Sheba, they didn't have to come to me to find this out. Where they found it out was when they went on Tinder or Hinge or Bumble or at their job. They met a female, they sat across the table from her, and it wasn't just one. Here's another thing that happens here. When women are unhappy with their dating experiences, their relationship experiences, we get told that the problem is men as a group. It's men as a whole that are the problem. But when men have the exact same complaint, you're told the problem is you, the man. Well, you're just choosing the wrong women. Women don't say to each other that the problem is women as a group. They say the problem is, well, the men are just choosing them bad ones. So what you're really trying to say is there is no problem with the women. The problem is just always the men. That the men have the wrong ideas or wrong preferences or wrong expectations or wrong desires. Let me explain something to you right now. Enough of the gaslighting. Ladies, a man needs to be motivated. He has a lot to lose if he handcuffs himself to you. Therefore, there needs to be a sufficient commensurate reward for that. He's going to be putting a lot of collateral up. He's going to be putting a lot of risk. He needs something that motivates him. Something that is unquestionable. So the reason why having a fine looking female with you, that is motivating because he can see and feel and touch, and he's got proof that what he's doing it for is worth the risk and the expense. That's the reason why that matters. You see, as females, you all don't want to get a man for potential. You're taking a look at what he's driving, what he's making. So it's all you want to get your confirmation up front. Well, yeah, so do the men. Men want to have confirmation too, because you see, that motivates you. As a woman, tall, dark, handsome, well-paid, intelligent, charismatic, well, that's something you get immediately. That's not something you have to wait for. No female is sitting here right now talking about, I'm looking for a man I can build with. The few who do say it are lying, because when you start asking about who that man is, first thing they're like is, oh, they start describing a man who's already built. Oh, he got to be making $250 a year and live in this neighborhood and drive this and have this. Oh, well, that's not somebody you build with. That guy is already built. That guy is already built. These women are not describing a man who's looking to build or needing to build. They're describing a man who's already built. And then telling you, I'm looking for a man I can build with. But if he's already built, you ain't going to be building anything with him. Whatever he's building, you want to be a beneficiary of. Okay, well, it's going to take a specific type of female who actually is worthy of that. This is the part that always gets dismissed and always gets glossed over because it's inconvenient. It's inconvenient, and that's the problem. Rather than having a clear context of that, men are motivated when they have that. Men are motivated by that. In the chat room, which is an older man, here is the issue, and take it from a guy who is getting older. Here is the issue. Let's be clear here, folks. Contrary to what you might believe, women actually don't change as they get older. They really don't. Especially if she's convinced that she's the prize or anything. That's actually not what happens. You can be an older man and be a trick. That's why we've always called them sugar daddies. Long story short, a sugar dad, there are two types of sugar daddies. Now they have the same pathology, but there are two types because they're both getting two separate things. There is the guy who is spending top dollar to have a female who's sticking around because essentially it's a financial arrangement. She's got to have a certain number of financial benefits to consider him to be worth anything. So he knows that it's basically transactional. She's not there for him. She's there for what he provides in his money. And because that's her priority, is having access to resources, and she is not going to use her labor to get money. She's instead going to leverage herself to get access to money. She wants the man to go out in the world and trade his labor for money. She's like, no, I'm too cute to trade. I'm too cute to put forth effort. So let me just sit over here and be cute, and I will give you ready access to cute. And there you go. That's the first type of sugar daddy. Then there's the other kind, the guy whose options are really not where they need to be. The guy who is willing to make a commitment to a female who's really doesn't have any leverage and is the low-hanging fruit. And he's bringing finances. So this is a chick who doesn't necessarily bring cute, certainly doesn't bring convenient, but he doesn't have anything to offer except finances. So those are the two types of females that will generally jump at that. One who is like, hey, I'm too cute to be doing this. And one who's been put through the ringer so much, she's like, look, I'm looking to make a deal. I'm looking to leverage out. And that's it. Now, as guys get older, the problem that you run into is that in a lot of cases, their money stops mattering to them as much. In a lot of cases, their money stops mattering to them as much. Their money stops mattering. It stops being important. You know, if you got guys who are retired or something, when they get older, these fellas here will sit up here and throw money around, and females know what they're looking for. Here's the problem. The problem is the female is never grateful. That's the issue. He's over there swinging for the fences. He's swinging for the fences. He's doing that. But she's not grateful. This is something that older men are finding out in the worst way. And I'm talking about guys who are going overseas. They're going overseas. They're doing all this stuff. And the females are not grateful. They're really not. We don't have a bunch of grateful females out here. It's not like, oh, the older dudes tricking off and whatnot. Everything's good. No, it's not. No, it's not. They're doing that and they're hoping things don't get worse. But in reality, no, not really. Not really. They're not being respected. They're being utilized. And a female, especially if she knows that you're basically just giving up money for her attention, what she tells herself is you don't actually qualify for her. That's the issue. What she's really saying is that you don't qualify for me. That's what happens when a man leverages finances for female companionship. She's not sitting there saying, I'm grateful that you doing something because nobody else is going to. She's like, yeah, you're a loser. You're a loser. In the chat room, Monique, no ma'am, I won't require you to get on camera, though I will require you to call in. So you can use the Zoom link. I'll allow you to get on there without your camera. You don't have to do that. But I am afraid I will have to require you to call in because you said a few things here. So that's going to be something that I am going to have to insist on. So I'll be gracious here for just a moment, but I am going to have to insist on that. If it costs women as much as it did men, you wouldn't be hearing them say as much as they do. And when men go into situations trying to leverage finances for companionship, these older dudes, I want y'all to understand, they're getting broken left, right, and center. They're getting used up. And here's what happens to them. And Prince out of Richmond will bear me out. What happens to older dudes, you try the sugar daddy thing, None of us, there's nobody listening here right now who knows a sugar daddy who got out the game clean.
And deal with it, nigga.
None of us know a fella like that. None of us can name a guy like that. Sugar daddies don't get out the game clean. Tricks don't get out the game clean. All of them get took. All of them get used. All of them end up with their lips poked out. They end up having given more than they were given. That's the problem with the trick / sugar daddy / simp. If tricking and simping was so great, then most men out here would be making a beeline for it. If tricking and simping and sugar daddying actually worked out, most men would be doing it. There's the problem. If it actually worked, most men would be doing it. The reason that most men are not doing it is because it doesn't work. It doesn't work on Bumble. It doesn't work on Hinge. It doesn't work on Seeking Arrangements. It doesn't work in real life. It doesn't work anywhere. It doesn't work on OnlyFans. It doesn't work anywhere. That's why and we're talking about for guys who sit up here and spend big cheese. It's not like the guys spending big money are coming out with great results and happy with it. They've all got horror stories. Because that's the only thing it can be. It doesn't work because it can't work. Once you show her that just her being there is worth all your finances, what you're telling her is, oh, you're a loser. That is what every woman thinks when you do that. Now, what happens with older guys, now this is where it really gets diabolical. She figures if you made it into your 40s or 50s or God forbid your 60s or older and you're trying to leverage money for companionship, oh, you're desperate. You're desperate. Every female in here feels the same way and she's like, you're just desperate, man. And what she's doing is just saying, okay, all I got to do is keep things straight till I get your dumb ass across the aisle, down the aisle. And as soon as that happens, bam-o. First thing that goes away is the attention and companionship. Next thing that goes away is the ready sexual access. When you first met him, it was all XXX rated the whole time. All my married dudes in here, all my married dudes over the age of 40 or 50 got the same story. That broad was XXX rated right till you got him down the aisle. And then a year or two later, it starts drying up. Year or two later, it starts drying up. All of a sudden, it went from XXX to XX to X to O. That's what it ends up being. These older guys are not sitting here bragging about that. The older guys have nothing but complaints. They've got nonstop, constant complaints. That's why if that actually worked, you would see most of us doing it. Especially as we get older, you don't see us doing that. That's why the women are bragging because she's like, I got this nigga over a barrel. She's sitting up here taking pictures on a cruise ship. She's sitting up here taking pictures in Dubai and she's sitting up here doing that. And meanwhile, the fella ain't saying a damn thing. He ain't saying nothing. She ain't saying nothing. Well, he's not saying anything. And to be clear, you only have a set number of years on this earth. So every year that a man is financing her life and giving her unearned benefits she did not earn, you do realize that's a year of benefits that he's not getting, right? Just thought you would know that. Let me say something right here that women don't think about because it is not convenient to think about this, but it's true. Ladies, by the way, everyone, you can go ahead and trademark this. Hashtag the business, hashtag the black book. Ladies, every day that you live in a home where the man has paid the rent, paid the mortgage, paid the bills, that is the equivalent of you getting, that's the equivalent, if you were a man, that would be the equivalent of getting sex 24 hours a day.
Damn!
If you've got access to a home, he's paying the bills, he's paying all that stuff there, that is equivalent to you getting sex 24 hours a day. Not 30 minutes. That's like you getting sex all damn day. 24 hours a day, non-stop. That's what that's equivalent to. That's equivalent to getting your back rubbed and your feet rubbed 24 hours a day. You are getting 24-hour a day benefit of that for something you're not even doing anything for. Think about that for a few moments. Yeah, the fellas never thought about this before. The females never thought about this before. Folks, if that man's paying the mortgage and the car note and the rent, that's the equivalent of getting sex 24 hours a day. You're getting a benefit 24 hours, 365 days a year. And what are you doing that's equivalent to? Now, what I'm saying is she's getting the benefit of that 24 hours a day. There's no time of the day or the night that she's not getting the benefit of that. Tell me what benefit that he is receiving actively 24 hours a day. Where's the benefit that he's getting all day, every day? Where is that? Yeah, you're right. Even if they get divorced, she's still getting the benefit of that, even if they get divorced. Yeah, she's still getting that. I think we have Monique on the line, or at least I'm trying to get Monique there. So Monique the freak. We're waiting on Monique there. Okay. Monique, you don't have to be on camera if you don't want to. So I'm doing you a solid. If you want to turn your camera off, you can.
Yeah, I don't want my camera on.
That's fine. If you want to turn your camera,
Okay,
you said you didn't want.
thank you.
I don't dive bomb people. I don't sneak them on. I don't do stuff like that. So, was just letting you know that, by the way, you had your camera on. So, all right,
Thank you.
we'll go ahead now. What I am going to do is bring the Zoom box up. Now, I am going to do that, so everybody will just see where it's got the business logo on there. So, fair warning, don't turn your camera back on if you don't want to be on. If you turn it back on again, everybody's going to see you, and there won't be anything I can do to stop that or anything, and I'm not going to go back and edit it either. So, fair warning. All right, Monique. Now, why is it you are giving me trouble here?
I don't think I was giving you trouble. I am in 100% agreement with you.
Okay, you are in agreement with what exactly?
Well, in the comment section, I said that she needs to have her booty hole bent over at all times for her man because exactly, that's 24 hours of shelter, food, protection, support. I feel like the least she can do is just be at the ready for you.
Yeah, y'all, I didn't see that one coming there either. We got Sexy Red on the line, so I didn't see that coming either, but very glad Monique laid it out there. However, just a word of caution on that, Monique. Now, let me find out a couple of things here. How old are you?
I'm 30 years old.
Okay. And does Monique have any children?
No.
Okay. Let me find out from Monique, what do you think are the 3 most important things to a man in a relationship with a woman?
Honor, loyalty, and respect.
Okay. She actually has those three correct, not in the right order, however, but she did name the right three things. The first one would be respect. Respect is love to men. A man would rather be respected than have sex. A man will stay in a relationship with a woman who respects him, even if there isn't any sexual activity. A man will not stay in a relationship where he can have sex but cannot have respect. He can have sex with her 24 hours a day, but he's not respected. Now, that's what a man won't do. Or at least it comes at a cost. There's no way a man can be happy in a relationship where he's got sexual access to a woman, but he doesn't have respect. We would rather have respect than have, if we have to give up one or the other, yeah, we can be loyal to a female even if we don't have sex with them, but we cannot be loyal to a female who doesn't respect us. So that is essential. That's why we can have female family members that we would fight or kill for. Well, we're not having sex with them, unless you're R. Kelly or something. We're not having sex with them. And yet, take a look at what we'll do. So I would put it in that order there first.
Respect, honor, and then loyalty?
First, respect. That is important. That if a man was stranded on a desert island with a female, her body count would matter less than if she respected him. Does that make sense?
I don't think it makes sense to me, but
okay, let's try this in a manner in which it just becomes binary. If a man was stranded on a desert island with a female, this is his only female option now. And if she's not looking to just be stuck on the other side of the island fending for herself, what would this man expect? Well, based on what you said when you first got on the line, even if she's willing to give him sex all the time, that's not necessarily going to make him want to sacrifice anything for her. Well, let me just explain first. If he's not respected, that's going to be essential. That man will, I'm just saying in a situation or a hypothetical scenario where she's his only female option and he can't just up here, I'll go get another one. Okay, well, you're stuck with this one here. He's not going to do anything with her if he's not respected. Now, certainly men are concerned about honor. So they're one of the quintessential examples of honor would be your body count, for example. If every man has access to you, then access to you is worthless. So on a desert island, however, her body count is going to come in second or third after that first thing. So even in a hierarchy where a man has no choices, he must make a decision. Which of those three things comes first? It's like, well, she could be a porn star who slept with 100 dudes. That, if she's his only female option, that matters less than if she respects him. If she respects him, then her body count is secondary. He can navigate a body count, but you can't excuse anything if you're not respected.
Sir, I think so when I met she has to be bent over. What I mean is figuratively, I think that's probably the most submissive physical position a woman could be in. But I mean submission and respect all the way, like not just with her body, it's with the rules and the ethics and the morals that come with following this man.
I'm not sure what you mean. Can you elaborate?
If my man says to be home by 6 p.m., I need to be home by 6 p.m. There's no arguing. If my man prefers my safety over my carelessness, that comes he comes first.
There are some
I don't know.
issues.
I
There are some
I don't
issues with
think
the
like
things
other
you just.
female. I don't
Well,
I In my opinion, I don't think I think like other women. In my opinion, I live to breathe for my man.
I'm glad to hear that. Um, are you married?
I am not.
So you're saying that as a hypothetical.
That's what I would love to be.
Why?
That's What else am I supposed to do?
That's not a good answer.
I don't want to do anything else but serve a man.
Okay. Well, that's one way of saying it. Certainly it is. But please understand, I think she's dealing in good faith. Don't get me wrong. I think she's dealing in good faith. But I hear some problems in there, and I think this would be a good teaching moment. So this is a reason why I wanted to speak to her. Your requirements seem to be rather simple. And I'm not really sure that's exactly what you mean or what you want. But we'll find.
I'm very simple.
Well, here's the issue. Females are not simple.
I'm not a strong independent woman. I need somebody. I no, this is not like a front or anything. This is my real life. Being out here solo has never been the goal for me. It's never been my desire.
And yet you're in your 30s and solo.
Yes.
That doesn't happen accidentally.
I want to be married.
Why?
I want to belong to somebody. I want a community because I don't have that elsewhere.
You do understand that that's not the reason people should get married, though.
Why should people get married?
Okay, the purpose of marriage is for the perpetuation of bloodlines. There's literally no reason to marry a woman if you're not going to have children with her. Other than our modern era where the law gives some benefits to a wife or some authorities to one, and even that's starting to fall by the wayside now. But there's no logical reason to marry a woman that you're not having children with. So the primary purpose of marriage has always been the perpetuation and furtherance of bloodlines. Do you know what that
family of unity?
Well, slow down. But slow down. Do you know what that means?
So from the early 1800s to, I want to say, early 1900s, it took 100 years to get 2 million people populated on the earth. From the Industrial Revolution till now, we have created 123 million more people in a shorter amount of time than back then. So I'm not understanding if the bloodline is already continued with all the people that have been created.
I'm not sure which populations you're referring to right now, because you have about 7.5 billion people on Earth right now. So
America's population,
currently is around 350, 375, depending on which census figures we're looking at here. So I'm not sure if you mean black people or America's population. Certainly, I think I get your point, though. Here's my thing. This isn't about global populations. This is about individuals. Let me explain to you what I mean. And I think this is an excellent point here. I think this is a great chance for you to learn what men actually think. You have three types of men when it comes to having children. Number one, you have men who respond like women. They want to have children because, well, it's what you're supposed to do. And they've reduced it to a biological function. You have men who have children because, well, they're just kind of loose with their seeds and they just lay up with anything that comes along. Then you have the last category. These are men who see themselves as kings in authority. They value their genes. They have tremendous value in that. And they are highly selective about the female because he's turning over something very valuable to her, his legacy. And he's looking for a woman who he's putting it in good hands. Take a look at Michael Jackson's mother. Joe Jackson chose well. That wasn't just Joe doing that by himself. You got to have the right woman, a woman who's not undoing what you're doing. That you going in one direction and she's either undoing it because she's incompetent or she's undoing it because she got another idea. That's very important to a man. That's the way that men see it. They're going to fall in one of those three categories. Now, I'm not sure what type of man you're thinking about. Please understand that third category is going to be very demanding because that's a specialty thing that he needs. So I'm not sure which of those men you're thinking of. As a female...
Well, I'm really not thinking of any of those men. And based on those three categories, I really don't qualify. So it's unfortunate, but I have to eat this L.
Well, I'm not going to speak on that part just yet. I won't do that. I think that there are probably some gaps in your understanding of it, because when a female speaks about, I want to get married, well, why? What else am I supposed to do? Well, there's a lot you can do. Contrary to popular belief, a woman has value outside of being married. Now, it's probably the apex of her social value, sure, but she has value outside of that. So there are plenty of other things you could be doing. Absolutely. Plenty of women have relationships with men and never get married. You can do that as well. The real thing is, what is it that you think marriage is going to do for you? What do you think you're going to get out of it?
A family. I don't have any family. So I want a family of my own. But
why?
It's unfortunate because I don't have any family. Life is hard. Being on earth is very difficult. And doing it alone is even harder. And not having any guidance or support, a circle that is for you, is down for you. I don't have that. So,
well, I think on the one hand, I think you do have an air of selflessness about you, which is the single most important thing that a woman brings to a family. Family begins with a woman and a man, not a woman and a bunch of kids. If she does that, she's already screwed up. So in your case, I do think that you bring one of the most important elements, which is selflessness. She hasn't said a whole lot about what she expects to get. She spent quite a bit of time talking about what she expects to give. So that forms a very good foundation. You're thinking about what you can give. That's great. And that is a good starting point. However, it's not enough. So if I can help you with that one thing right there, being selfless is important, but also knowing exactly what type of man you want to be selfless for so that you can understand who you're arcing yourself and mapping yourself onto. That's important as well. Let me show you what I mean. What type of car do you drive?
I drive a Kia.
Of course. Which one? Spectra, Optima?
A Rio.
Okay. In 10 years, what would you like to be driving?
Probably a newer Kia Seltos.
The electric one? Oh boy. All right. They're young out here, folks. They'll wake up in a little bit there. Let me just ask you one question more about that. Are you sure?
That I want to drive a Kia Seltos in a
Yes.
couple years.
Well, not a couple of years, in 10 years. Specifically 10 years. Think about your life in 10 years from now. What would you like to be driving in 10 years?
Something cute, small, and safe.
Okay. Why?
Cute, small, and safe.
Yes.
Cute is just a general. It's just a general adjective. Small. I'm a petite woman. I don't need a big vehicle. And what did I say? Safe and safe. Safety first.
Okay. Now, the man that you would prefer to be with, what does he drive right now?
I don't know, a Honda, a Kia, a Hyundai.
Okay. And
Um,
in 10 years from now, what is he driving?
Maybe something electric.
Okay. Now, how many children do you and he have?
Well, I preferably don't want children, but if that was on the table,
Nah, I think she's trolling me.
no, I
You said you want a family, but you don't want children? Now, this all sounds a little strange.
I have issues.
Mm,
Passing on issues to the next
you
generation
have
is really not my
you
first cup
have
of tea.
biological issues, reproductive issues.
All types of issues, physical issues, mental issues, psychological issues, health issues. It it's just not my first cup of tea, but for the trade-off of a child, it's possible.
Without us going into details here, folks, in advance, I'm just letting you know you all are there's gonna be some gaps here. So she and I know something here that the rest of you don't. And I'm deliberately going to be vague for her privacy's sake. Was there anything that I saw when your camera was on, when you talk about health issues? Would that have given me a clue of what that was?
Yes, I do suffer from obsessive compulsive disorder, and part of it manifests in what's called trichotillomania. It is a hair pulling disorder, and it's like when baby birds pluck their feathers off when their mother leaves them. That's basically what I do. I compulsively pull my hair.
Okay. Well, I wasn't going to go into detail like that, but now that you said it, well, that certainly does explain a few things there. Have you gotten help for that?
I'm getting help for it.
Okay. Have you done the most important thing that you can do where that's concerned?
What do you mean?
Have you taken, have you faced up to the issues with your mother and your father where that's concerned?
Yes.
But you still have the same issue.
Yes. Obsessive compulsive disorder.
Yes, but particularly where this is concerned, a woman is very, very sensitive about her appearance. She's supposed to be. That's biological. If you are not the same way, something else is the issue there. You're supposed to be very protected because, of course, you can't be protective of children if you're not very observant. This is why females biologically are far more observant. We need you to be that way because otherwise you can't take care of children if you're not. So with that being the case, that's why a woman's appearance is always paramount. It's not just a nifty little addition. It's actually a necessity. So if you're engaging in that kind of behavior, folks, without getting way off in the woods, that's really psychology. And so this is a very classic thing where that's concerned. And that goes straight to mom and dad. Usually, though, particularly tracks back to mother. We're usually tracking along a behavior we picked up from mom or some unresolved issue where she is concerned. Now, I'm not going to get off into abuse and things like that, though that's usually a primary component. I'm not going to get off in your business, but that's usually a primary component. Generally speaking,
Okay.
individuals in your condition usually have more than 2 siblings.
Are you asking me?
They're either going to have, it's either going to be one or 2 ways. It's usually going to be they're an only child, but that usually is typically when they're with a single mom. So it's an only child, or it's like 3 or 4 of you.
I was the youngest of more than 5.
There you go. And generally speaking, there's some wackiness or general silliness that happens in the houses and whatnot, and the children wind up being recipients of that. And you said that you were the youngest?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, can you tell Jason grew up in the house with psychologists? All right. Long story, the DSM was not just something I looked at, it was something you actually had to go through. So all that being equal there, like I say, there's the reason how you can get into your 30s, because the real thing is I'm taking a look at you now and you're in your 30s, and I'm seeing where that's still a thing there. So that means that these are issues that were inculcated very young.
Yes.
The issues that triggered it were started young, and then the behaviors that you've inherited since then have been going on that long.
Yes.
So those kind of things are important. I will tell you one more thing, though. You can use this as an opportunity to become a weaker person, or you can use it as an opportunity to become a stronger one. Please understand something. People do not gain character by sitting on the beach having a lavish life. People gain character by meeting obstacles and overcoming them. Don't mistake that. Nobody ever became a better person with an easier life. They became a better person, a more capable person, meeting obstacles and overcoming them. I will give you this bit of advice. All of us have a decision in our lives. Some people's quality of parents is lesser than others. But I will say this. You can live your life repeating your parents' mistakes, repeating your mom's mistakes, carrying their demons, or you can leave them alone.
I've been no contact with my family since COVID, so I don't know.
I don't want you to say anything. I just want you to understand I already think I already know just how deep some of those other issues go. So I'm being deliberately vague for a reason. I'm trying to value your little old privacy here. I'm being deliberately vague for a reason. Although
So
I
I'm single.
suspect that some of the things, well, slow down, because talking over men is not a good character trait. I suspect that some of the things that happen have impacted your relationships with men. Specifically. Would that be a fair thing to say?
I don't know.
Okay, you're in your 30s now. How many long-term relationships have you had with men?
0.
Not a single one.
Not a single one.
You have never had a boyfriend.
I have never had a boyfriend.
You have never had any type of intimate sexual contact with a male.
I have had sexual intercourse with a man.
Okay, well, that's okay. I'm going to be careful here. So yes or no's would probably be preferable. Was this during your adult years?
Yes.
Let me try this as diplomatically as I can. Was this a person that you should be having sexual contact with, or someone that you should not be?
I don't know what, it didn't go against anything.
Okay, I just want to make sure this isn't somebody who's not supposed to be having sex with you.
No.
Okay.
This was consensual, of age.
Unrelated?
Yes, unrelated. Yes.
Okay, and that's the only one?
That's nobody's business.
That's not the reason I'm saying.
I understand, but that's nobody's business.
Well, certainly the only thing I'm getting at there is that if you want to start a family and you have not had very much experience by the age of 30, going into your 30s, there's only so much an unskilled person in that environment would be able to do. Does that make sense?
Yes, and what I was gonna say before you said I was talking over you, I wasn't trying to talk over you. I was trying to say that since I have issues, we did talk about the 3 types of men. This does just seem like an L that I will have to eat, and I'm okay with that. I'm humble enough to take that.
Right. Well, here's the thing. I'll say this again. This is a teaching moment. My teaching moments, however, are not simply for people who are on the phone. My teaching moments are for everyone else. Generally speaking, if you get something out of it, that's great and wonderful, but I've got thousands of people who are listening at the same time right now. So if it benefits them, that's also important as well. I ask the questions that I ask. I don't ask them because I'm bored or because I'm groping in the dark for anything, as you can tell. The question I asked you about the cars, for example, a car, especially once you get in your 30s, is not just a vehicle. It is an extension of your personality. From there, when I ask, it's just like what type of shoes you wear, what type of clothes you wear, these are choices you make that are responding to your personality. Different car manufacturers make cars that respond to people differently. You named a bunch of imports. That's usually indicative of somebody who's from the north, not from the south.
Kia has a factory down south.
Yes, ma'am.
That's where my car came from.
I didn't say they didn't have a factory down south. I said the people who prefer to buy them.
I guess.
Mercedes has plants in America. Alabama, for example. We can go down the list.
Okay. The company is not American. Okay.
Right, but I'm not saying the company's not American. I'm saying that when I asked you about what you wanted in the man, what he should be driving, you named off Asian imports. Well, that's a specific thing. Usually the people who do that are from the north. Usually. Now, the reason why that is significant is because I'm not just saying that for no reason. It gives you a perspective into the people who are saying those things. You said you want something that was small and cute and reliable. Okay, got it.
Safe.
Well, safe. That's fine. Well, isn't that not reliable? Is there?
I think safety trumps reliability.
How can it be safe and simultaneously not reliable? How can it be reliable and simultaneously not safe?
I didn't say that it's not,
right.
Sir.
That's what I'm saying.
But the word that I did use was safe.
Okay. Would you like one that's not reliable? I don't think anybody doesn't want one that's not reliable. So the cars that you named was that. Okay. Then I asked about the man, and you basically rattled off more Asian imports that have a reputation, earned or not, for basically being the same. Here's the problem. The problem is the type of men that would buy a car like that, those are cars that females buy. Young fellas who are in high school might get a Honda Civic with those loud exhaust pipes, but a man who is looking to be protector and provider doesn't drive a Honda Accord or a Hyundai. Just like a fellow who is looking to make a family doesn't drive a Dodge Charger or a Ford Mustang. Fellas who are looking to hit them streets and meet the women and this, that, and the other, they drive Chargers, they drive Mustangs. But there's a certain type of man who lives a certain type of life, drives a certain type of vehicle. The type that you named was basically a fellow with beta and feminine traits. Whether you realized it or whether you didn't, you just basically described a female equivalent of yourself. I don't think that's actually what you would want to be married to. I don't think that's actually what you would desire.
It's not what I want to be married to. And sir, that's why I said it's okay that I take this L. If I don't get it, then I don't get it. It's okay.
Well, my thing is you're being defensive, but she already said she has issues. So what I want you to do now is just be quiet. Everybody else here, I want you all to learn from this, because I want you all to recognize that when women say they want things, I want you all to understand exactly how you can find them and exactly what you're looking for and exactly what you expect. And what I've given you is a very simple way. And that's why I always do that with the cars thing, because I want you all to understand I don't name cars just for the socioeconomic component. I name them because of the financial component. For the psychological component. You can tell a lot about a person by the way they dress. And you can tell a whole lot about them about the type of car they desire to drive or own. Not the one they have, the one they desire to have. You can tell a whole lot about them. People drive things for specific reasons. Now, you all know me, big full-size SUVs. This is how we do it. I'm from Louisiana. But it says something about my personality. And it's supposed to. It also tells you what kind of person you're going to be dealing with. So that says a whole lot right there. So definitely in your case, I think everybody would be good to keep those kind of things in mind. Thank you very much for giving us a call, Monique. Well, she does have issues, that is for certain, but she'll have an opportunity to go ahead and address those. I hope you all learned something from that. Yes, you can evaluate people by what they drive. You certainly can. You absolutely can. Okay, hustler and muscular, not really sure what's going on there. Let's go ahead, and if you're going to be on Zoom, please, let's go have ourselves together. We'll give him a couple of moments here. Sir, are you awake? I'm not sure, sir, ma'am, whoever. Yes, sir. Are you going to speak, sir?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What is on your mind?
Oh, yes, about the other young lady that was up there earlier. She mentioned something about how she wants to get married, but she doesn't want to start a family. Okay, that didn't make a whole lot of sense to say, because isn't one of the reasons for getting married is to start a family? So it seemed to me she has fertility issues, but I'm not sure if that's what she stated, because I kind of hopped off after a while trying to connect with you. But sounds to me like she has fertility issue. Now, granted, there are other options. You can always adopt a child, but that's my understanding is not that easy to do that, especially when you're looking for a younger child. So, well,
my real thing is, I would like to say, when she says that she says she has issues, mental and emotional and psychological and physical and this, that, and the other. Okay, well, once again, this is the perfect program to be calling up for, because I want the folks to understand, Monique is not unique. Yeah, Jason got bars. Monique is not unique.
What? And she's probably not petite either.
every one of us can name 10 chicks we know just like her. Every male in here over the age of 35 knows at least half a dozen females just like her. Mental issues, emotional issues, psychological issues, mama issues, Physical issues. Well, I'm talking about chicks who have more than one issue. More than one. And I'm not clowning her right now. And I'm just saying, look, can we just be honest? I just want to talk some real talk. But practically every fella in here, I'm willing to bet every single male in here over the age of 35 can name half a dozen females just like her that they know personally or have been with. So she is not an outlier is what I'm trying to say. There's a reason. Jason, why you talk for her for so long? Well, she is indicative of the females out here. She's not rare. Monique is not rare. She isn't. That's why I kept her on the phone. There was no reason to get her off. She's not some outlier. She's not some fluke. Every male in here knows a bunch of females like her. I'm sure you probably do too. We know a bunch of females like that.
Yep.
She's not rare.
Believe it or not, sir, yes, I do.
Yeah, she's not rare.
People I know personally and people as acquaintances. Yep, I've seen them.
So that's why it's okay for me to go ahead and talk to him. It's like, dude, she's sitting there acting like that's rare. I want folks to understand this. That's not rare. There's a bunch of females right now listening to me talking about they ain't like that. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. The ones telling themselves they're not like that. Yes, you are. Let me go talk to 3 of the last 4 dudes you were with. You see exactly what it is. Yes, it is. And then you wonder why it's not the women who are falling back on marriage, it's the men. Monique could get married tonight if a dude was willing to do it. Exactly. But to the fella who would have to handcuff himself legally to her, he got to consider that. So that's why she's sitting up here when she hits you with the I ain't expecting nothing. I'm like, oh, dude, she gonna drag you. Because a female is supposed to be selective. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, well, I'm not going to say it's cap because I don't really think so. I want you to follow me here and tell me if you agree. But I think if you hear the psychology out, follow me. When you have a female who says she doesn't have any standards or her standards are low, well, you and I both understand that that's red flags all over the place. If most males are able to meet her standard, that's not a good sign. If you had a daughter, you know exactly what you'd be thinking. It's not going to be everybody who can meet that standard to be with my daughter. That's if the girl you were
exactly
raising. So when you talk to a female and she tells you about how low the bar is, or she doesn't expect, it's not that hard, this, that, and the other. So, oh, red flags. No. It's too easy to get with you. That's too easy. This is too easy. It's too simple. And we understand that that's not the way that's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be that easy. It's not supposed to be that simple because she's supposed to have standards that qualify so that then she knows what standards she's trying to meet. You want a quality man. Now that gives you the standard that you know you got to meet as a woman if you're going to qualify to be with him. But if you're just saying, hey, I want to drive my Kia Rio, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a basic dude. Well, basic dudes are a dime a dozen and there's not very much to them, but they're also a reflection of the females they're with. And you and I understand that's not a good
basic
thing.
Dude.
All right. The average male is struggling.
Damn! I mean, we're all struggling, are we not?
No,
none of us got it all together. And I'm just saying.
No, brother, I'm sorry. I can't go with that one. Everybody ain't struggling. No.
Yeah, when I say struggle, I'm not talking about homeless, living on the streets, no job, on drugs,
no.
That kind of struggling. All of us ain't going through that kind of struggling. I'm just saying, trying to reach a certain plateau. Yeah.
Well, look, the average male, the reason why the average female does not want to be with the average male is because we use the word average, but in reality, the objection is that the average male is struggling. The average male makes between $40,000 and $70,000 a year. In every major American city, that's not balling, and that's barely. I mean, that's enough to pay your bills. That's not really getting over. If he's single and childless and lives a Spartan life, then I suppose that'd be okay. I suppose he can make it like that, but once again, he's single and childless and living a very Spartan life. He's not really doesn't have a whole lot to throw around in that regard. That's struggling. Because remember, we do not compare people to the floor, we compare them to the ceiling. So take a look at the guy in your city who's doing the best. You're being compared to him, not the guys at the bottom. The average guy is struggling. has nothing to do with being rich and wealthy or whatnot. The bottom line is the average guy is struggling. And what I mean is that he has the ability to maybe take care of himself for those who can, but he doesn't have the ability to take care of anything beyond that. He can't shoulder anything beyond that. So maybe he's self-sufficient, but he's in no position to lead others. None. That's struggling. Because a female's looking at him and saying, okay, if I get with him, I'm going to have to struggle too. I'm going to be pulling a burden with him. And that's struggling.
That's why it's called struggle love.
Correct. Now, to put this in perspective, in your grandparents' day, well, that was what was expected. Absolutely. The world has changed, though. The world is different now. Take a look at the car your grandfather drove. Take a look at the one you drive in. Take a look at the house. When you go to your grandparents' house, go take a look at their house. Now go take a look at the one you're expected to buy. You can't compare the two. Not unless your grandparents were on the bougie side of town back in the day. But you can't compare the two. And that's what you're expected to do today. You're not expected to do what your grandfather did. That ain't enough. She's going to take a look at your grandfather's house and be like, nigga, please. So that's what I mean by the average guy today is struggling. It wasn't $5,000 a month to live in Manhattan when your grandfather and your father were there. It wasn't $2,000 a month to live in Atlanta. That was all relegated to New York and Los Angeles. Today, that's every major city. The average guy is struggling. Think about that for a few moments. If it costs $2,000 a month for where you're living at, and I'm talking about, let's just say all your expenses are included, that's $24,000 a year just in expenses. Which means you need to be making at least $75,000 a year to be able to comfortably afford that without being in financial straits. If your living expenses are taking up a third of your income, when it's not supposed to take up more than 25%, if it's taking up more than a third, yikes, that's not a lot of wiggle room. You can't really afford for anything really to go major to go bad. Now, maybe you're doing better than the guy working at Five Guys, but as far as taking care of a family, you can't do that. You're going to be required to do some things. And if you were the female, she's going to be required to do some things. It will not be optional. She's going to have to do it. Now, here's why that's defined as struggling. Because let's just say, for example, that your woman works down at Capital One Bank. She's one of the bank tellers. I didn't say a branch manager. I didn't say a loan officer. Yo chick works the damn drive-through window at Capital One Bank. That's what she do. Do you realize how many people of serious finances she runs into in one day? If your chick works at Walmart, do you realize how many she's running into in one day? If she works at a hospital, hell, if she works at FedEx, think about how many men who make hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars that your women run into or meet or encounter or in proximity of every day. Then she comes to you. And this has nothing to do with your personality or if you're a law-abiding citizen. Just please understand, she's met people who got a lot more, doing a lot more. They're putting a bigger stamp on the world, and she's coming into contact with them every day. She doesn't have to fantasize about it. She knows they're real. She meets them in real life, in person. That's a serious thing to think about.
Well, let me ask this question. Do you believe in couples building something together, like taking their finances and putting it together and trying to establish something together? Or you think the men should just have it all together off rip?
Okay, let's go ahead and be. Here's something I want you all to understand. Take this from a guy who's done it. Okay? I've done it. 99% of these females out here will, just like marriage, they will nag you to death for a Chanel bag, for a Fendi bag, for a 7 Series, for a Bentley. They will nag you to illness. Then you get it for them and the heifer don't know how to take care of it.
Auntie, chill!
I'm not telling you what somebody else told me. I'm telling you what I've lived. They will nag men to death for that some 1%er item with some 1%er life, put it in their hands, she don't know what the hell to do with it. Done back the damn car into garbage cans. So the bottom line is that most females are dreaming about something that they, A, do not qualify for. They don't qualify for it physically, socially, mentally, emotionally, psychologically. They don't qualify for it, but they're nagging you to tears for it. And if you put it in their hands, they don't know what to do with it. They can't take care of it. They can't manage it. They can't maintain it. So it's something that they want, but they want to want it. They don't want to have to actually own it, because owning it means you're going to take care of it and be responsible. And they're not doing that. That's the average female. What I just described right there, that's the average woman right there. So she doesn't need to be with the guy who can buy an S-Class or a Range Rover. She needs to be with that dude over there driving that Honda.
And deal with it, nigga.
Absolutely.
She needs to be over there with him.
Absolutely.
Here's the problem.
Yeah, because it's like the average female. It's like the average female believes she demands more. She's entitled to more than just average stuff. I think it sounds like an entitled thing, if you ask me.
Well,
that's something I've been noticing.
It is, because remember, they've had their mama. If their father was in their life, they had their dads all telling them the same damn lie. You can have it all. You deserve it all. Instead of someone being honest with them, hell, heifer, no, you don't. No, you don't. You are on Instagram. No, take a look at them chicks on Instagram. You are nowhere near her zip code. When it comes to party, you're nowhere near the zip code, and there you are deluding yourself thinking that you don't qualify for anything she's got. You are not a third the woman she is, but you're looking on a computer screen and the voice of your mom and your dad is repeating in your head all those lies they told you. Ridiculous. You're size 16, you got 4 kids, your traction alopecia is out of control, you got warts, and yet there they are. That chick needs to be with that average guy. But there are 2 problems. Number 1, she's been told by her parents that you is special and you is great and you is priceless. And she's been told that lie. It used to be that when men had an ugly daughter, they told her, you better go to college. Now, dad didn't tell her she was ugly. He just kept telling her, yeah, you know we're going to enroll in your course, right? Yeah, you got to go get your degree. It's like, yeah, he understood. Ain't no nigga going to really go out of his way for this girl here. So she better go to college. Because she going to have to haul this for herself. When the man knows he's got a pretty daughter, it's like, okay, he's just going to keep dudes off her. When your daughter is ugly, it's like, okay, let me keep her from getting pregnant, because the worst dude in town will get her pregnant, but they're not going to take care of her. So men understood that. We no longer do that. For the guys who are in the home, they just spend their time full-time lying to their daughters. The other issue is most females out here today have had a sexual encounter with a man who was completely out of their league.
Nigga, please.
95% of the females listening to me right now, they've had sex with a dude who was out of their league. Some doctor somewhere, some rapper somewhere, some NBA player in their DMs. They've had sexual access to a dude who was out of their league. And because of that, they now believe that those men are in their league. That's what they think. These females think that because they laid up under some NBA player somewhere, that is now the league that they're in. Now, you and I as men understand there could be nothing further from the truth, but this is common today. They really do believe that's if I was able to lay up with Lamar Odom, then I qualify for men in the NBA. And that's simply not true. As men, I want you all to understand most females today have had a situation like that, or at the very least, they've had proximity to it. That proximity thing is a son of a gun too, by the way. That is fantasy fuel. Just if she got a girlfriend who laid up with a rapper, what do females tell themselves? I know I'm finer than she is. So if if one of her female friends laid up with Lil Durk or Lil Slug or whatever, she's telling herself, I could have did that, even if the man never talked to her. That's what you're up against as men today. So just understand that females consolidating on the guys in the top 20%, 80% of the females are trying to consolidate on the top 20%. Well, yeah, they got sexual access to them and they want to believe that they qualify for more than sex. The problem comes when they try to push for more than sex. That's when reality hits them. And it doesn't hit them as, damn, I don't qualify for it. They take it as, oh, I just need to find the right one. That's what they take it as. No wonder you can't convince them that they are a basic chick. Now, nobody has problems confronting the basic dude and letting him know he's a basic dude. The basic chicks, however, have let the fact that somebody has utilized them sexually to make them, to blow their egos to outrageous proportions. So now she no longer thinks she's a basic chick. It won't be till she gets 40 till she accepts that. But till then, she ain't trying to hear it. You're never going to convince her that Lil Wayne or Bow Wow or whoever it was, that she doesn't really qualify for him. You're not going to convince her of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes plenty of sense.
So here you are furiously shaking your fist in the air, trying to convince her that, your $75,000 a year does not make you basic. Or that you and her are on the same level. She makes 50, you make 75, and she's talking about being with you is settling. Well, yeah, because she thinks that she brings 100,000. Remember,
because settling can go.
Remember, a female thinks that she brings $1 million.
Can go either way.
Yeah, but no, because what makes a woman valuable is not the same as what makes a man valuable. So females believe they bring $1 million of femininity. There you go. She thinks that she is letting you have sex with her, and that makes her sexual organ worth far more than yours. So you see, in her mind, she's got $1 million worth of vagina. So of course you should have $1 million to be able to lay up with her. Of course you should need to have that because, well, she brought $1 million worth of femininity. Now that's her perspective on that. So you see, yeah, you make more money, but in reality, you're still not on her level and don't qualify for her because she doesn't need to make $1 million a year because she's got $1 million worth of sex appeal. So she says. So she tells herself. Now that's the plan. That's the program that's running in their heads.
Wow. Okay, I ain't gonna lie, that is some deep shit right there. Sounds to me like I've noticed a lot lately, people are getting married just because it's convenient. Like you said, she's getting with a guy that's making more money than him, but she doesn't really like him like that because she felt like she's above him. She can do better than that. She just with him, well, because he's got finances, he's got this, that, and the third. Sound like a convenience thing to me.
Well, most males today are sexual scavengers. And by that, what I mean is so many of them are in the desert for so long that by the time a female does give them regular sexual access, he's ready to give away the farm. He's ready to give away anything. So that's why females know the guys they can press for marriage, because she can see how desperate he is. Okay, if she could never get Lil Wayne to commit. Okay, let me go ahead and put this guy in a chokehold over here because he's so obviously desperate. And a lot of fellas, once they get to a certain age, they're so badly worn down and beaten down and broken down. They'll just take whatever. If the cost of having regular sexual access is handcuffing yourself to her and marrying, then they'll do it. They'll do it.
Yeah, kind of like what you said about the whole sugar daddy thing. I guess when these men feel like, oh, I want to find someone, I need a partner / companion. So if I have to pay for it, I'll do just that. After all, when you're older, you can't ask for the same things you wanted when you were in your 20s. Back then, you wanted a lover and a friend. Now you're looking for a companion and a partner of some sort. So yeah, it's not the same thing. I mean, who wants to be single for the rest of their lives and still chasing tails? So I guess they will shack up with a woman just to say they got somebody. That's how I've always looked at it.
Exactly.
The
I mean,
novelty of just having a companion, the novelty of just having a companion by your side, a woman to go home to, a woman to lay up with, a woman to bone every now and then. That's all we want. But females just want the convenience of having a partner that's going to pay their bills and do this, that, and the third for them.
well, look, I
So it's
mean,
more bragging, right?
I can just tell you here, just from experience, when a man has options that are readily available, he's not desperate for sex. It's really a psychological thing. If a man knows he got 3 or 4 females that he either just make a call or just in a text and they coming to him, that the less sex you end up having. You focus on your business, you focus on your enterprises, you focus on your deals, you focus on networking. So believe it or not, the more sexual access men have, the more attention they give to other things because that particular area of their life has been resolved. Inversely, the less certain that a man is he can have sexual access, the more he binges. So if he gets 1 female, he tries to wear it out because he doesn't know where the next one's going to come from. And generally speaking, that's the way it ends up. They spend more of their time without it than they do with it. So as a result, the guys become worse than the females. They're more desperate for, quote, female companionship. Yeah, because they don't know how to actually hold it. They don't actually have options that desire them. You see, it's a different thing, and I don't know how old you are, but it's a different thing when you get to a point where you realize that they're interested in you for 40. You. Okay, you just turned 40. Then you understand, you've had enough life experiences. You know the difference between when a female wants what you got versus she wants you. She actually desires you.
I do.
Well, that's a whole different thing.
Trust me.
Brother, do you realize 80% of men out here don't know what that feels like? They have no idea what it is like to have a female who is crazy for, okay, let me try this a different way. A female that wouldn't scare you if she walked around the corner, who is crazy to be with you. Most males don't know what it's like to have a desirable female who is very passionate about you as a person, not for your job, not for your income, not for your family relations. She's crazy about you.
You know what? And you know why that is? That's because 80% of our women in America are not desirable. 80% of our women, once they have some sort of ulterior motive for getting with men, his money, his wealth, his status, or maybe, like you said, she doesn't have options anymore. She couldn't get with the rapper, so she's dating for convenience. That's damn near 80 to 85% of our population of women nowadays compared to other cultures.
Well, I mean, look, biologically speaking, females are always going to be hypergamous because hypergamy is essential for survival. If you are stagnant, you're going extinct. An organism that becomes stagnant goes extinct. So by definition, stagnation is not an option. Thus, hypergamy improvement is always going to be part of the equation. We're never going to get away from that. Biologically, it's not possible. So females are always going to be aiming upward. I disagree with what you just said there to an extent, though. I do disagree with that. I disagree with it. I disagree with it to an extent. I'm not going to say all the way, but I do disagree with it to an extent because 80% of the females are undesirable, but I don't think that's what's leading the males to be scavengers because the fellas are taking whatever they can get. I don't see a bunch of fellas out here who are doing a bunch of discriminating. Lizzo gets a bunch of likes from men. We got old women out here. Let's just keep it real. Lisa Ray, no disrespect. We already covered this. Lisa Ray's grandma's gone wild. Come on, we got chicks in their 50s and 60s now. With fellas out here talking about what they'd hit. We got to be real about this. Fellas are not really turning down anything. You would, but is the average male out there? I mean, I don't know, maybe it's been your experience, but do you really see the average males out here as being very discriminating in their tastes of what they would accept?
Being discriminatory, I mean, I've seen some that would take whatever, but I've seen some that do have a standard.
Some. But the majority of them, they don't turn down nothing but their collar. In the words of Louis Grizzard, they like scavengers. They can't kill nothing, can't find nothing dead. And every week is the same thing. If a man doesn't have productivity and status to leverage, he doesn't have options. He got one female that he's chasing around obsessively, but he doesn't have options. If that chick don't answer the phone tonight, he's done. He has nothing. There is nobody else lined up. He doesn't have access to anything else. He's put all of his investment into that one. If she doesn't answer the phone, he does without. No wonder the females think that they're more valuable. They don't generally have that issue. There's somebody going to be willing to lay up with them. She's got another option somewhere. The majority of males don't have a backup. They don't have any other options. They got one chick and that's it. And if he calls tonight and she does not answer the phone, it's going to be a lonely weekend for him. Probably going to be a lonely month. He's basically would be starting all over again. And that's why most dudes are afraid of a breakup, because he'd be starting all over.
Yeah, that's true, especially when you're older. I mean, how you think I feel when I lost my job at 37 years old? Now I got to go find another one, but I guess that's not too old, I guess. So I understand how hard it is to want to start something over at an older age. You would think at 40, 50, you should be settled in. You should be retired. You should have all this together. But our society is made, seems like it, where people are just not going to have it like that. It's like we're made to struggle for the rest of our lives from the looks of it. Yeah.
Well, you'll get no argument from me that definitely society's been on the road to perdition in a lot of ways. But once again, as I say, I mean, this is something for you to adapt to. It's a hostile environment. I'll be the first one to tell you. But as men, we were biologically designed to deal with hostile environments. I just want everyone to be honest about it. Don't tell yourself it's not. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. It's a hostile environment. Now that you've come to grips with that, what are we going to do to prepare you for it? The females have a skewed opinion. You're like, okay, if I'm the average guy, the average chick needs to be with the average guy. You're absolutely correct. And eventually she will. She's going to have no choice in the matter, because the men that she's deluding herself about are not going to invest in her. There'll be a few outliers and they're going to fight themselves over those guys. But for the most part, eventually they're going to have to circle back around. The only problem is, now this comes back to what you said before, by the time that most females today accept that, their sexual market value has plummeted. They wait until, which is I start off the program saying, they wait until they've got nothing of value left to give, or it's depreciated so horribly that you're really fighting over crumbs at that point. And no man is going to work 60 hours. No sensible man is going to work 60, 80 hours a week for crumbs. Fellas are having to work harder and do more than they've ever done. You're going to do all that to bring the crumbs? Okay. I mean, there's a couple of guys out there who are so dog desperate they'll do it, but the majority are not. They want sexual access and they're desperate for it, but they'll take it from the chick over here who's a strong 5. Y'all know I don't do odd numbers, but they'll take the chick over here who's a strong 5 if it's easier than the female who is a strong 6 and she's moving like she's an 8. They'll go find a 5 who's ready to make a deal. I'll let y'all the last word. Okay, he was there, but he muted himself. So we'll let him go ahead and get back to that. Let me see if I can get okay, I got Darnell here on Zoom now. All right, Darnell, what is on your mind?
Hey, not much. First of all, sir, thank you for having me. I just want to say, basically, this is just my opinion. I think, or actually, let me ask you a question. Do you think that most men are starting to figure out, okay, have the question in their minds that where is the ROI for marriage? ROI being return on investment.
That is the only question that we as men ask ourselves. No man gets married to get nothing. A man is marrying because he expects something. And since you're paying such a high premium, he expects that he's going to get something. Let's just be honest. Men think that marriage is essentially going to be a guarantee. That he is negotiating a contract that gives him guaranteed companionship, sexual access, nurturing, comfort. That's what a man thinks he's doing. One moment here, sir. I will ask one thing. Don't like that because YouTube's AI will see it.
No, this isn't drugs. This is a cigarette.
I understand, sir. The AI will see that.
Oh, okay. I'll put it back in the
Y'all
case.
believe it or not, the visual recognition, it sees blood, it sees fighting, it sees smoking, anything. So yes, it will see that. Believe it or not, it absolutely does. Men think they're negotiating something. They think they're negotiating a guarantee. And what they don't understand is the only guarantee you're negotiating is that if you get divorced, it's guaranteed you're going to have to do something. But what you're not doing is guaranteeing sexual access. There's no law that requires her to continue having sex with you, cooking for you, cleaning for you. There's no law that will require her to continue doing what she's been doing. If you're a man and you're paying all the bills and you marry her, you're going to be legally obligated by the state to continue doing so. She, however, will not be legally obligated to continue doing anything. That's not going to happen.
Right. And I hear you on that, but it's like, okay, so why, for me as a man, like why, I mean, I don't want to sound, misogynistic or anything, but like, I just don't see the benefit, like, I just don't see the benefit of marriage. Like, I guess you could say, because back in the day, you know what I'm saying, I was a big time simp back in the day. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I look back especially when I turned 30, I look back and I just like, man, I regret every decision I have made. You know what I'm saying? All the dinner dates, all the times. Oh, I need help with my rent. Me and my baby, we ain't got food, and it's like, man, the way I view it, it's like, to put it in stock trading terms, I guess you could say, I think of it as like a depreciative asset, like kind of like a car that constantly leaks oil or the coolant system. I got a leak in the coolant system somewhere that I can't find, You understand what I'm saying?
How many baby mamas, dear? Let me find out, dude. How many baby mamas?
No, I ain't got no baby mamas.
No, I didn't say how many you got. I mean, how many you done paid for?
Shoot, man, I done lost count.
Bro, what happened?
What you mean?
Well, how did we end up there?
Well, I ain't gonna lie to you. First of all, I ain't got no game, never did. I guess you could say I'm a third generation simp. You know what I'm saying? I didn't, I had to break the habit, when I turned 30.
Have you actually broken the habit?
Oh, yeah. Like, I ain't doing all that crap no more.
Wait a minute, did you break the habit or did the habit break you?
That's an interesting question. I mean, my opinion, I'd say I broke the habit. I mean, I guess you could say something happened when I turned 30, man. Something happened. It was weird. Like, it was around that time my exes started coming back. You know what I mean? Like, they all tried coming back, all of them.
Why not? The new nigga ran out of money. Let's go pat your pockets down.
Actually, well, one of them, I guess, he was in jail. The other one, ran out of money. Another one, I think she got desperate, turned to stripping. I think that's what I can't remember. But
okay, this fellow was meeting hoes on Plenty of Fish.
What? Nah. I never did use Plenty of Fish. Back in the day, I did use Adult Friend Finder back in the day.
Clearly. It sounds like some back page hoes, but in any case,
No, none of that. None of that.
Well, look, I mean, the list he's running down, chicks with dudes in jail, strippers. I'm like, okay, this is gonna be a transactional relationship. It just
I said she turned. She wasn't a stripper when I met her.
Okay, that chicks don't just turn strippers out of nowhere. She was living flagrant before then, so it's clearly the signs were there. It's like, okay, you ain't on a pole, you gonna find one.
But no, I don't know what happened. Like,
dude, you all have never met a random secretary who the next month she on the pole swinging. It doesn't happen like that. You didn't meet a chick who was in finance class and then next thing you know she at Magic City.
I never said she was in finance class.
Right, I'm just saying it's only a certain type of chick who goes stripping, so the signs are there. So if she turned to stripping, it's like, she was when you met her, she was moving in that direction. So I don't know what she was doing, but she was moving in that direction.
Well, my opinion, like I said, when you start having kids and bills start piling up, maybe she wasn't good with her money. It wouldn't be the first time. I don't know if you remember 2008, but you had women with master's degrees went to the strip clubs when they got laid off from Wall Street. So
I didn't see any of those, bro. So
yeah, there's a documentary about it on CNBC if you ever want to check it out.
I would love to go see how many trades them heifers executed before they hit the pole. I'm pretty sure they was already skidding towards that direction. Like, yeah, baby, you didn't get this job because you know how to trade stocks. So you might want to get you a G-string and make them butt cheeks do what they do. But in any case,
desperation, bro.
Like I say, fellas, look, I mean, you can't, it never pays. You cannot negotiate these things. Finance needs to be an addition for you, not for her. If finance and money is a requirement, you are already in serious trouble. I will say one thing, brother. I'm just saying you got the Cornell West thing going on for the grooming. Have you ever considered that might be the issue right there? It's just out of curiosity. Are the chicks digging that, or is this? Can we take you? Can we get the bar to edge you up, or just do you think you might be a candidate?
No, I mean, I wasn't always like this. Like I said, I used to get me a nice. Well, I used to be military, so I can't. I couldn't have long hair like this, and I couldn't have a beard anyway. So I used to be pretty clean. High. Military, they called it a high and tight. Well,
I'm just imagining right now if you tried to put the clippers on, they'd be like. So it's like I'm just wondering. So it's just I got a feeling that's a factor in it. I'm just saying. It's just like, what's going on?
Well, like I said, when I was in the military, I couldn't have a beard, right? I couldn't have long hair. It can't go past the according to AR 670-1. It can't touch the collar of your shirt.
Yeah. Since then you've been letting it hang out. So it's just I'm thinking to myself like, the females see it and it's like, yeah, let me pat these pockets down before me and Wolfman Jack do this. Let me see what he.
Like I said, I guess you could just say, man, I just stopped giving a damn. Kind of like, how just like the title of your video, suggests. I just quit giving a damn, man. What's the point? Like, I'm just, what I'm saying, I'm just up here losing, right? You know what I'm saying? So why am I going to try all this shit, man? I used to have I remember my first car. I bought a 2004 Ford Mustang. Trying to impress women. You know what I'm saying? I used to buy clothes all the damn time. I just got sick of it, man. I guess you could say I turned my money into other things. You know what I'm saying? Like I turned to buying real estate. You know what I'm saying? You see this land right here, man? It's a whole acre right here, man. I live on a private damn road.
Folks, women don't give a damn about that, actually.
Auntie, chill!
Yeah, I gotta tell y'all, women don't like that. Women want to live in a neighborhood where they can floss to other people and other women, so...
Look, I mean, take a look. Look at all this land. Look at all this land right here.
Where are the people?
Well, he burning something. There's, you know, my
So-
neighbor right there.
So
you
there's
know?
there's another dude out there, is what you're saying.
Well, no, it's a family. It's a couple.
Okay. They
You know what I'm saying? We got some
Brother,
farmers over there. I got some neighbors right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. And it's in no driveway. So all right, I'm just saying,
What do you mean no driveway right there?
Where's she gonna park the Bentley, bro?
Man, I got a whole acre to park. Well, you know, I got a whole acre to park.
Where's she gonna park the BMW, sir? I see tumbleweed and brush. I don't see the.
You don't see the. Hold on, man. You over here trying.
This sounds. It looks like you at that lawless place out there in California. That place that doesn't have a government. There's a place out in California where there's a whole bunch of folks living out there and they don't have a government. No, I'm serious, y'all. There's a place in California where they don't have a government. I forget the name of that place, but
look at this, my long ass driveway. Look how big this driveway is. Look at that. That don't even, that ain't even the. Let me show you the back.
Ready for the gram. That's ready for the gram if I ever saw it.
The what?
Yeah, it's ready for Instagram if I ever saw it. Definitely that driveway was Instagram ready, y'all. I can see her taking selfies and everything. So it's yes, sir. If she's ready for that life, chopping wood and living off the land, and I'm surprised. I'm surprised, bro, got internet access out there.
Yeah, I got internet access.
Okay, well.
You know what I'm saying? Man, and then you talking about where to park the Bentley, man. I got a 3-car garage. You know what I'm saying?
Bruh's military disability check hits every month, so.
Oh, I don't think I can afford an acre of land off of just a disability check.
Okay, well, they say not just that. I got the extras here too. Okay, well, like I say, bro, look here. There's a single mom somewhere out there who she's got an '83 Buick, and she needs a place to stay. So, old girl Monique, who just got off the phone, I think you and her would make an awesome couple.
No, sir.
You two would make a great couple. You two would make a great couple. Yes, you would.
No, sir.
No, you and Monique, I just got off the phone with. You two would be an awesome couple.
Oh hell no.
Oh hell yes. She ain't got the hair on the head. You got the hair. You got it on your chin. She ain't got no hair. So but you can make up for it. So y'all two would make an awesome couple. I'm just letting y'all know right now.
Hey, how you gonna do me like that, bro?
She would love to live the simple life with you.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. It's not for everybody, but
it's for her.
I don't know about that, but I kind of noticed some contradictions with her. Personally, I think she was trolling you. That's just my opinion. But
you didn't see what I saw before I had her on there because her camera was on. So I saw a couple of things. I'm like, that's why I went in that line of question. I'm like, okay, I see issues. And she's like, yes, I got issues. I believe it. And that's why I'm saying you two would get along swimming because like you said, I saw some issues. I see some issues here, my bro. So it's you two would actually get along a lot better than you think. I can see y'all getting along swimmingly.
Well, just out of curiosity, what do you think my issues are? I'm just curious.
We'll start with the driveway. We'll start with that, and then we'll work our way sideways after that. But bro, I'm saying he's out in the middle of nowhere. It's a very rural existence, so I'm sure you don't get bothered with people, and that's cool. But by the same token, that's usually going to be extension or result of something else. So I'm just saying it's going to be a certain type of female who does that. It's going to be somebody who doesn't really like people like that because clearly you're not a great people person. You got as much distance between you and other people as you can legally be allowed. Y'all don't have fences, which means that your property boundaries are enforced at gunpoint, which is what that means. I'm from Louisiana, so I know the get down. So it's like, understand, my hometown, Shreveport, Louisiana, according to Forbes magazine, is in the top 10 of most dangerous cities. We number 5. So yes, I understand that. So that makes, for those of you who don't know how that real rural life goes, it's like y'all don't see any fences out there. It's like, yeah, because out here you disappear, you just gone. So everybody understands what the rules are, and believe it or not, that's actually a more adult way of dealing with things. By the same token, that comes at a cost.
Uh-huh.
So you are not. Your property is not near Panera Bread or Starbucks. So a female is going to have to sacrifice some things.
Starbucks is 2 miles down the road.
First, you gotta get to the road. So first, you gotta get to the road. That's the first thing. If you can make it there, you good. Y'all are one tornado away from being in Oz. Okay, it's just now the sunsets. The sunsets, I'm sure, is sterling. So y'all are ready for the glamping life. You damn sure are. But definitely that'd be the next step there. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, y'all. Look here, Monique. Email me your number. Let me hook you up with old boy. You two are a match. If I ever saw one. Let me see if I can get Third Eye up here. Let me see if I can get Third Eye up here. Third Eye is working on it. Waiting on Third Eye for his Zimbabwe broadband.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you're on.
Hey, Jason, how you doing, man?
All right, brother, what's on your mind?
Oh man, I just got an eye opener today. I'm 57 years old. I was that guy that was player, had this, had that, and reached a point in my life where when I became 50, I decided to get married the second time. After I got married at the age of 21 and stayed married about 6 years. Got
Boy,
3 beautiful
what
children
in
out
the hell's the matter with you?
Bruh. 57?
I'm 57.
And
I've been separated
decided to get married a second time.
Yeah.
Brother, okay,
I
brother. Let's dismantle that right quick. Damn unpacking. We ain't gonna get straight. We're just gonna go straight to dismantling it. Brother, how long were you married the first time?
6 years.
How did the first marriage end? Marriages only end in 2 ways: death or divorce. So which D happened to y'all?
Divorce. I got married when I was 21. I was young. I was pressured in it.
By
I got
whom?
married because her grandmother.
You got her pregnant?
I was young. Yes, I got her pregnant.
Because niggas get desperate. The only one I ever need right here. Stay where you at. Okay, then you realize that you ain't got her, she got you.
Let me take that back. I got married when I was 20.
Okay.
I was young. That's no excuse.
Okay, but here's the issue. It doesn't matter when you got married to that one, because the bottom line is you didn't want to get married. You didn't get her pregnant because that was part of the plan. You got her pregnant either being silly or you got her pregnant being desperate, which is more likely the option. Were you in the military?
No, I wasn't. I wasn't in the military.
He was married to her for 6 years. Now, I think I've talked to you before. Why did we get divorced from her?
No, I never talked to anybody about this.
Okay.
This first time I ever talked to you.
Okay. Why did we get divorced from her?
Just because I wanted to be in the streets.
Why did you marry her if you ain't met the chick who's worth getting out them streets for?
I had a lot to learn. I didn't have any much of a structure in my life coming from a single mom. At the end of the day, I just saw myself. I just heard you said something. I mirrored my mom's life. My mom didn't have better choices. I could say I was successful in life. I mean, like where I'm at, trucking. I got into trucking when I was 21 to be able to take care of my family because I didn't want my children to go through what I went through as far as being a provider and stuff like that. When I got married young, I got 3 beautiful children out of it. I got 2 grown sons, both of them married. They definitely have broken that curse. I got a daughter. She's 27. She doesn't have any kids, and she hasn't been married yet. I'll take that back. She's 28. and she
Not,
don't have any kids.
not
And
good.
then
Okay, then now there's where the bill comes due. Now he talked about his sons. Then he says, I got a daughter. Oh, but she's about to turn 30, not married. Now he was talking about things going good. The sons broke the curse. And then he mentions the daughter. I'm like, yeah, there's where the bill comes due. Not the sons. The bill comes due with the daughter. So there's your bill. There's your invoice right there.
well, I'm not done because it's gonna get a little. I waited. I played. I was always the guy that went after the executive type of woman into, her career and stuff like that. No problem. I never had problem getting women.
Never a good idea because it takes a specific type of man to deal with an executive type female, and you're not him. No offense, but you're not him. So this does not end well.
It doesn't. I found out that dealing with those type of women, you got to be. You got to be a certain type of guy to be able to deal with a type of woman like that. I felt like I dealt with it, but not in the way that they would want. I was always a guy that always put my foot down, and if I didn't like something, I ran. I ran.
That's a different type. That's a different type of putting your foot down. When you running, you putting them down, picking them up. But all right.
Yeah. So right now, I guess you could say I'm single but separated. When you was talking to that chick, my life has been every woman seemed like I've dated. I've either been on medication or there's something physically going wrong with her. And this last one, I just kind of washed my hands with it. I've done a lot for this woman, and I can't believe I chose her over an accountant, and I don't know how that maybe went.
You didn't choose
empty nester.
You didn't choose it. The accountant wasn't really going for it. You going for the low hanging fruit. You're going for what's easy, or at least what gives you the least amount of friction.
I did, and she had a daughter.
I was about to say how many kids she had. There you go.
Two.
Not one, but two.
She had a daughter in college, and a son that just graduated. He just finished school this year.
Okay,
and,
daughter in college, but does the daughter still live at home?
Yeah, she's back home.
Okay, there you go. So she got a daughter. Go on.
And the son just graduated, and but here's the kicker. Her mom died, and she took on the mom again with a niece and nephew. Her sister died first, and then the mom took on the kids, took custody. Then her mom died. Now she has the kids. They're like, I think they're like 16 and 12 or something like that, 15 to 12. And it hasn't been a burden on me because I have my own place and she has her own place.
No, it is a burden. Yes, it is. Here's where we get into trouble. Fellas, this is why men make terrible negotiators today, being sexual scavengers and being desperate. You will not be honest about what it is you actually want. A man doesn't get with a female so he can wrestle with her kids from a previous relationship. The only reason a man gets in a relationship with a woman is to be with her, not with her and. All you want out of the deal is her. Everything else, if she got baggage coming with her, that's not baggage, they're obstacles. These are all complications in the way, complicating your relationship with what you came there for. You came for her and can't get at it because there's all this other stuff in the way. So you have this super complicated issue and situation going on. That's the problem. And then dudes try to rationalize about it as though it wasn't an issue for me. The only thing she can give you is her time. She's not giving you her money. She's not giving you her social status. She's not giving you her education. The only thing you're getting is her. And if you don't have access to her because the kids are here, she got to split her attention. If a woman's splitting her attention, then okay, you ain't even getting her. You're getting a fifth of her. Now you're giving your all and getting a fifth. That's not what you came for. And eventually you're going to start making complaints. But if you won't just come out and say exactly what the real issue is, well, no wonder we can't get it fixed. Fellas will not just be honest and say, yeah, I just wanted her and all this other stuff was in the way. And eventually the straw's going to break the camel's back because she's more attached to her situation than she is to you, or it's just so much damn trouble. It's like, okay, because here's the issue. Once you have that occur, now you're looking at your situation and every time y'all have a fight or an issue, it's going to be incredibly difficult to recover. Because it's one thing if you were 100% happy and y'all have a fight. It is another thing if every day you having to deal with twos and fews and then y'all have a fight. That's different. Now you're going to have no tolerance.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I got zero tolerance.
There you go.
For the BS. I got zero tolerance. And right now,
yep.
I'm here. Like I said, I drive trucks. I make pretty good. It's just me. I haven't tried to make any kids out here or anything like that, but I didn't get into the other part. I got 5 altogether.
Well, brother, my thing is you said you got married again.
No, I waited till I got 50. Her son she just only had one kid. He was a grown guy. I mean, at the time, he was probably like 18 or something like that. And, but I found out some things and I did the worst thing a man could ever do is move in with a woman, pack my stuff, all because I just wanted a different environment and everything. And, that's when all the truth came out the second year. I saw all the medication. I had a friend of mine tell me before I did it. And I ignored the red flag and I got what I deserved out of that. Nothing. But hell, medication. I'm asking about what's all this medication? Oh, it's for my shoulder. But I kept getting mood swings. I go on the road. I come home. It's always a different person. And that second year, I had to leave. I couldn't take it no more. It was either going to be me or me putting my hands on her, accusing, long paragraphs of texts. I got this person in the truck, and all I'm trying to do is just have a peace of mind, come home. And I wasn't getting that. It's nobody but me and her at the house. She works from the home. She's a project manager. And it's just, she wanted somebody to take care of her.
She works at home. She's a project manager. You guys have the wrong perspective on all this. She's a single mom first and foremost. That overrides and outweighs everything. Fellas, you can deal with any type of female you want to. There's a reason why you got to do it a certain way. You can deal with hoes. You have to deal with hoes a certain way. You can deal with college educated women. You have to deal with them a certain way. You can deal with crazy chicks. You got to deal with them a certain way. You can't sit up here and try to fit them in the same box as everybody else. You can deal with single moms. You got to deal with them a certain way. And if you're not prepared and ready to deal with them the way they need to be dealt with, you're going to get taken under. You try to give wife privileges and free woman privileges to women who are not wife material and not free women. This chick was girlfriend material at best, jump off material at worst. And you didn't treat it as either one. So when fellas are desperate, they start making bad deals. When fellas get desperate, they start making bad deals.
I think my problem, correct me if I'm wrong, me being on the road quite a bit, not able to just really, I'm the type of guy, I guess I just band-aid things up, I got the money, and it's like I can take care of the woman, I can provide, I can do all those things.
When fellas feel like they got disposable income, then they start trying to leverage money for companionship. And females are looking for a sucker whose money doesn't matter to him. He doesn't want, there's so many old hoes out here. I want a man who don't want no kids. And then she starts going older. She's looking for a nigga whose money doesn't matter to him as much. So that he's desperate for companionship. So if his money doesn't matter, he's willing to trade money for companionship. He's willing to do it. A fella who actually has to earn and get out the mud is not going to do that. A fella who's desperate and he's got his money doesn't matter to him as much. He's more concerned with having a female next to him than he is with making a smart decision. And he's willing to trade money for companionship. And that always ends bad. That's like a woman looking to trade sex for companionship. Then upset that she can't get a relationship. No, you got a companion. That's what you got. You got that.
I believe you. And now that I look at it, I heard these people talk. I heard you talk. Man, you was hitting everything spot on. You just spot on about everything. And I started looking at my life and just kind of, this last female, and it's like, man, what is it? Like, why is she giving me problems? All I want to do is just go to work and come home. I live that life. I've had this, I had that. Man, I just want to chill, man. I mean, just leave me alone, Just leave me alone, man. I just want a peace of mind. Why I got to come home to some BS? I got my own place. I take care of my mom. You know what I'm saying? I take care of my mom. I moved my mom. My mom is 73. She takes care. I don't even care. She's at home. She takes care of the home. That's cool. Wash my clothes. If I don't make my bed, she'll go in there and make my bed. I'm not a mama's boy. I moved out when I was 15. I've been on my own ever since. I've been my own man. I just keep running into these females that just got problems. And when I look at it, I guess I'm the one that got the problem because I keep picking them. And these are not no ugly chicks. These some nice, good-looking chicks that with problems.
Well, yes,
so I guess
sir. I want y'all to understand something. Females with problems don't eat.
What?
Fellas out here today are so desperate, man. They're trying to avoid, some of the big round ones. I want y'all to understand, crazy hoes, females with problems, career chicks, they don't eat.
Wow.
They doing other things. They're doing other things. Females with a normal life, whatever, a lot of them, they got to work not to do that. Crazy chicks and career chicks and whatnot, it's like, they don't eat. So y'all are looking at them like, she's in good shape. She's not overweight. No, she doesn't eat. She's focused on other things. And that's how y'all get took in. You're like, wow, I got this fine son of a gun over here and she just sitting here like this. Are you about to find out why she's sitting over here like this?
Man, I got this chocolate fudge sweetie, petite, very good looking. But just, she gives me hell. But
brother, that's no offense. That's your pay grade though. That's where you rank at. You can get the little crazy broad who gonna drive you nuts. You just need to, that's what I'm saying. You keep trying to make relationships with females and it's easy for you. And what you're trying to do is make relationships you don't qualify for.
Yeah. I'm starting to believe it now.
And by the way, 57 years old, I'm like, what the hell are you expecting? What do you think marriage is going to give you at 57? What do you think it's going to give you?
I thought it'd be a place of peace and just a place where I could just come home and I just, that's the reason I got married. I got married because I didn't want to be out here anymore.
Okay,
I don't want to be out here 3-4 women at a time. I just don't want to be out here anymore.
Okay, and putting all your eggs in one basket and all your chips on one roll, how'd that turn out?
Not well. I'm by myself. At the end of the day, I got to get rid of this chick. I got to fire her because she's not giving me a peace of mind. There's just something going on in her head that the insecurities, the man is just, I'm tired of dealing with that.
Fellas, women can smell desperation on a man like men can smell hoe on a female. Man, if you are an easy mark, that chick you think that you getting over on, she can see, oh, you desperate. There's millions of them out there, and all you're doing is picking and rifling and through those. He's going for chicks who are not getting a bunch of friction. He's like, oh, good, that's where it should be. It shouldn't be no friction. And then he's completely ignoring everything else she got going on with her because he thinks he's going to get something for nothing. Or something for very little. He's finding out his fellas don't work that way. He's 57 years old. He's chasing marriage. Can't even really tell you why he's doing it. Now, it's the same reason it always is. He thinks he's got a guaranteed contract for sexual access. Here's the good news. The good news is you picked a crazy hoe. So crazy hoes are always going to have sex with you. So at least that part you will get. The other part, though, is there's a price that comes with that. If you marry them. If you marry them, you get them pregnant, some type of permanent attachment, yikes. Because you're only going to have sex with her for 30 minutes of the day. Now you're going to have to deal with crazy for the other 23 and a half. And the sex is never going to be that good. And eventually what happens is the crazy starts to outweigh the sex. Now you find that you're putting up with the crazy and the sexual quotient is no longer, the sexual ratio is no longer where it was. Now it's just you got whole days where it's nothing, no sex, just nothing but crazy. That's when the light bulb goes on for men. It's like, oh, this ain't worth it. Dude, you don't permanently attach yourself to problems. You're supposed to go meet her at the Marriott. That's what you're supposed to do. Fellas, their money ain't right. They wind up having to move in with broads. Now she's like, okay, just that whole act right there, that wasn't a charitable thing. You move in with her. She's like, oh, now I can just really cut up. Now I can really cut up.
Well, I moved in. I married her. That's why I met her.
Okay,
that's
her
quick.
house.
I married her because she invested in me. I'm a truck driver. She bought me a truck. That's what the investment. So I just thought, hey, at least I owe her that. She never been married before. She was in her 40s. She only one kid. And at that time, he was like 17, 18. He's a grown man. I mean, that wasn't no problem.
Do you all hear this?
She had her own house, her own car. She presented that. And at the time,
okay, folks,
it's never been hard for me to get a woman and nothing like that. I'm not an ugly guy.
Of course, it's never hard. It's never hard to get low hanging fruit. It's never hard. No.
Yeah.
It's not hard to get a woman. No. You don't have a woman. You got low hanging fruit. It's never hard to get that. All right, fellas. Now, for everybody listening here, did you hear how many red flags he just rattled off? How many problems while he's sitting up here splaining and trying to defend himself and all this foolery. Did you hear how many red flags he just rattled off? Number 1, she's a single mom. Number 2, she's younger than him. Number 3, she's in a financially better position than him. Number 4, she paid for something that was supposed to be his business. He's sitting up here acting like those are pluses. All those things you just named were minuses, including the things you thought were a plus. That was a huge minus. A woman does not respect a man that she has to shore up his finances for. A woman does not respect you. She will do it, but as far as she's concerned, you're bumming off for her.
Correct.
And now she's like, okay, I'm already. She's starting to feel like the man in the relationship. And women don't respond to that the way men would. When a man has to be the man in the relationship, it emboldens him. When a woman has to be the man in a relationship, it offends her. And all she's doing right now is saying that he's the best she can do right now. So she's going to go do this, but she's resenting it the whole time.
But she benefited from it, though.
Dude.
She benefited buying me the truck. I paid the truck off.
Folks, I feel like Vigo from the first John Wick movie. Y'all remember the first John Wick movie where Vigo's talking to his son and he tells him about things. Don't worry, Dad, I'll take care of it. And what is it? Is he listening to an effing word I'm saying? I'm feeling like that right here. It's like, dude, she benefited from it. Okay, tell me, I want you all to listen to this. I'm going to ask these questions in a way, this is a teaching moment, everyone. Jason, she benefited from it. All right, I'll bite. How do you think she benefited? Well, first of all, how much did she give you?
$30,000.
I'll be damned. How old was this truck?
Actually, she found the truck for me. I guess it was on Craigslist or something.
What was the purchase price on Craigslist?
I negotiated because I have experience in trucking, and so she didn't know much about trucking. She had
30,000 to put. She had 30,000 to put on this. She knew enough.
Well, after listening to me,
how much was the purchase price of the truck, sir?
The guy was selling it for 15. I talked him down 10. It was over 1 million miles, so 30 was enough to. It cost about 11 to 15,000 to rebuild the engine. So I needed that much, and she got it for me. What? And I paid the truck off by working, so she didn't. Not a dime came out of her pocket. So, it was a business transaction at the same time. The way I looked at it,
he bought a truck with 1 million miles that did not have a running engine. Y'all are folks trolling me tonight?
No. I went and test drove it and everything. But I already knew it's over 1 million miles that I need this amount of money to rebuild the engine. I got the engine rebuilt from a friend of mine for probably like $11,000 to $12,000 from the money that she gave me. So that's like a brand new truck again.
Okay, but why didn't we go get a truck that ain't got 1 million miles on it? For $30,000 that you done spend. It'd be better to go spend $70,000 on one that doesn't have all those miles.
Well, because, man, in the business of trucking, there are certain things that you don't want to deal with when it comes to the new trucks.
Okay, you don't want to deal with rebuilding engines either, because yes, you rebuilt the engine, but the rest of the vehicle has 1 million miles. The rear end, the axles, the frame. Metal fatigue is a very real thing in the automotive business. So especially for a big rig, so if it's an 18-wheeler, if it's been in snow, ice, rust, 1 million miles worth. So it's not an engine with 1 million miles. It's a vehicle, the wiring on the vehicle. So for those of you who don't understand in transportation, I've been in it, dude, 1 million miles, that's all kinds of issues.
Jason, I've taken care of all of it with this truck. I'm sitting in it right now. I'm sitting in the truck right now. I've taken care of all of that.
No, she took care of it. Yeah, I figured he was getting around the emissions, but what I'm saying is that, look, the engine's not the only thing that goes 1 million miles. The transmission, the rear end, the axles, the brakes, the frame, the radiator, the wiring.
All of that.
All that goes along with it. So, yeah, we rebuilt the engine. I'm like, yeah, now everything else got 1 million miles. So Congratulations.
I've taken care of all of that.
He got around the emissions, but the bottom line is I'm like, oh boy, this fella believes in living dangerously. Okay, here's the bottom line. She put in $30,000 on it. Now, what did she get out of it?
Not paying the bills. I paid all the bills. Hey, I'm making 8 to 10,000 a week.
Okay, define all the bills.
Mortgage. She had a mortgage. Everything that goes with the house, utility, cable, and then I gave her an allowance as well. I made the money. I mean, I was there to make the money, but like I said before, the insecurities.
Okay. Here's the part you don't.
The Medicaid.
Here's the part you do not understand, sir.
Yes.
That $30,000, as far as she's concerned, that was a receipt for your ass. That was not a down payment.
I understand that.
As far as she's concerned, she did not invest in you. As far as she's concerned, she built you. Y'all all know that Mary J. Blige song from Waiting to Exhale. Not gonna cry, not gonna cry, not gonna shed no tears. That's as far as she's concerned. She's not. You talking about she invested in you. A chick gave you $30,000. As far as she's concerned, she built you. She owns your ass. As far as she's concerned, nigga, you owe her henceforth and forevermore because you would not be in the position you in, quote, without her. So no, you sitting up here talking about mortgage stuff, dude. That's not a mortgage in the world big enough to balance out what she feels like she did there. So just, there's no way this ends well. You've just opened up a Pandora's box of entitlement.
I took the L. And I bounced. After the second year, took me to court, put a restraining order on me. I admit I threatened her on the way home.
I imagine
I started
you
getting
did.
headaches. She just wouldn't give me a peace of mind.
But there's one thing he has not mentioned, everyone. I noticed the one thing he hasn't mentioned. You haven't mentioned the other dude yet.
Jason, you're good. You are fucking good.
There's a reason they call me the authority. I noticed when you said before, and by the way, I know this about truck drivers all over the place. When y'all are complaining about a chick at home, and this is very, very common, yeah, you on the road and somebody else is on her. So, yeah, he's mentioned everything except the other dude.
You are good, man. You are good, man. Let me tell you, I don't know, but she never bought this guy up. He lived in Florida. He was a project manager. She said he was an associate, and she wanted me to be friends with this guy. And I said, are you fucking kidding me? I was like, who is this guy? Never bought him up, never heard of him. But it was a guy that she was taking instructions from. She had got a settlement, right? We went to Vegas, right? She got hurt or something. She sued one of the casinos, and she got the settlement, right? Didn't even share that settlement with me. But took this guy advice, invested some money into some crypto stuff. It didn't turn out well for her. But I usually don't think like that. I'm not an insecure guy. But I really did just like, man, who is this dude? And she wanted me to be friends with him. I said, man, are you crazy?
She wanted you to be friends. She wanted you to be friends with him because she knows she's going to be in close proximity and that she will not be able to hide him.
And I never thought like that, man. I don't worry about what's going on too much at home as far as worry about what a chick doing when I'm trying to focus on out here what I'm doing.
Well, she was understanding that she's going to be having regular contact with him. She already knows what she's going to be doing. So she's trying to plan ahead for how it is that his name will keep coming up, or accidentally you might keep seeing him. She needs to have a good excuse for why that would be okay. So in her simple-minded calculation, if we can just make you two little playmates, well, then that should drop your suspicions. Of course, it's nonsensical. So it's not that that's practical. It's really about getting to, okay, why are you trying to do this? What's the motive for you wanting to do that? because she's not thinking rationally. What she knows is she wants to build a nigga, so she wants both of you. And so what you're doing that the other guy's not doing, or what he's doing that you're not doing, now she gets the best of both worlds.
I knew it was something.
Yeah,
until that came up.
But that's not right either. No, it wasn't just one guy. There's another one in there.
I was suspicious one day. I was in the living room. She said she's on the computer a lot, right? On the laptop. She's always on her bed on the laptop all the time. Facebook or whatever. I know it ain't already conducting business. One day, I'm in the living room, just sitting in the living room, chilling or whatever. And I decided to just go back there and just kind of sit with her for a minute, because I don't like sitting on the bed and stuff like that all the time. And I noticed that when I came to the room, she started closing her laptop. She normally don't do that. She started closing her laptop. I caught that, but I didn't say anything. So that was kind of suspicious. When I look back on it, that was kind of suspicious. But you want to accuse me of doing things. So that's why, I started thinking that maybe it might be somebody else, because why is she acting like this? Because I know I'm not doing anything.
Because
so
a woman in her position has to keep her options open, because it is too easy for a man to leave. She's got so much baggage and there's so much weight that comes with being with her. It's too easy for a man to say, this is not worth it. So yeah, she gotta keep dudes in rotation, because fellas are always quitting the team. And that's why when you spot a chick who's easy pickings is never worth it. Not to invest in. It's never worth it. Y'all think you're doing something slick, you're trying to put in minimal effort, you get easy pickings, and then that's a wrap. That's a wrap. And you can't negotiate your way out of it.
I was a little offended by my brother's wife one time. He said, you got a certain type. I said, what do you mean? A certain type? I guess she noticed it.
Everybody sees it.
Yeah.
Everybody sees it except the guy who's doing it, because you understand your reasons and motives for doing it. And you're willing to accept the nonsense that comes along with it to a degree. Everybody else can see how raggedy it is walking in the door. But here's the difference. The difference is old girl is doing things with you that your brother and your sister-in-law are not doing. There's the problem. So that's why there's only a certain amount of, quote, reasoning / arguing that we can do with fellas when they got a chick. Because when she put that lip lock on him, he's not really hearing us anymore, because she's doing things with him that we ain't gonna do. When it's 10 o'clock tonight and the lights go down, she's doing things with him that we're not doing. And as soon as that happens, everything that we're saying just got washed out of his head. He literally does not remember any of this. It's like somebody going back to a drug house. They're going back, as soon as she throw them legs around him, he back on the pipe again. And he's going to be on the pipe till she does something he doesn't like. Now he coming off that high. And that's the way it is. They throw them legs on y'all. They put that lip lock on you. You back on the pipe again. It's like dealing with a family member on drugs. He's back on the stuff. He back on it. And that's what females understand. Females understand that men lose their freaking minds when you have sex with them. Most males lose their damn minds. Women understand this. This is one of these condescending things that women say. Men are stupid about sex. Men lose their minds when you have sex with them. You have sex with them and just everything bad you've done just got erased. Until she does something worse, and then it's back again. She's like, okay, sex is just a magic eraser. And for most men it is. Especially if you don't have options. But that doesn't make her grateful that she was able to erase it. It actually makes her more abusive. Because now she's like, okay, well, Dale, I can just do whatever. Eventually, she's like, okay, I can even have sex with another man. And then when I come back to you, having sex with you will erase it. So dudes tend to stick around till it gets to a very sour, disgusting point. By the time it gets there, now things are really bad. You done signed some paperwork somewhere that financially obligates you, or you've done something.
But thank goodness I ain't done none of that. And I wasn't trying to marry her. I just tried to, maybe it might would have been down the road, but I just don't want to deal with the
Bro, but I mean, you said you got married again.
dysfunction
Is
of
this the chick you married?
No, this chick I'm talking about is a girlfriend. The marriage, I bounced on that, and I'm still married, by the way. October will be 4 years. I've been separated almost 2 years.
So you
and
are
I did print out.
So you are a married man who went off and got a psychotropic drug taking girlfriend, single mom in her 40s. True or
The
false?
one I'm with. Yeah, I guess the medication would make her.
You guess. Okay, forget the medication.
Silent.
Forget the medication, nigga. You still married.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, do you think that lack of character is allowing you to make good choices in other people? Because we tend to bring people to ourselves like ourselves.
You said it. Maybe the part of just being lonely, feeling that loneliness sometimes, I guess, kicks in. I'm out here. I make the money. I got the money. It's just, I guess at times I'm tired of just being by myself. I don't know. And then I go months. Hell, I can go a year by myself. Then after a while, it's like I can break the bond with anybody. It's like, and
No,
after a while,
he can be alone for a while, but he's not alone because he's desperate. When he comes back, he just throws caution to the wind.
yeah.
There's the real thing. So you need some discipline. You need some discipline. When fellas can't live without a chick and they gotta have a chick around, and females can see that, and you all give away with your behavior. You're coming to her with your finances. It's like, fellas, women can see when you're desperate. They're sitting there smiling in your face. They want you to believe it's romantic. It's not romantic. She sees when you're trying to leverage finances for companionship. Every female sees that. And just like a man getting sex, she doesn't want you, but she ain't gonna turn it down either. That's how females don't understand. When females are hoeing themselves to men, it's like, hey, baby, you ain't no relationship. We gonna take the sex, but that doesn't mean we think any differently of you.
Yeah, it's a problem. And
Okay.
I'm just willing to just say, hey.
First order of business here, bro. You still married? You riding dirty? And if you're that desperate that you're not even gonna finish cutting off your marriage to the previous woman, you don't need to be in a relationship, dude. You're not gonna make good decisions. Your judgment is horribly broken because your character is broken. So you're gonna need to take care of that. It's just, you're not trustworthy. Yeah. You're not trustworthy. You're a married man sitting up here. The only chicks who are gonna fool with you are chicks with no character too. Now there's where you get in trouble. You're not showing character, and the females that you have available to you don't have any either.
Yeah, I had a better leverage when I was just single.
Okay, well, maybe back then you were actually exercising some principles. Now you just become this scavenger. And the
I feel like I
female,
lowered my standards. I have lowered my standards.
I don't know if you have, but what I will say, you definitely lowered your principles. Dude, if
Yeah.
that woman was worth divorcing, you need to go take it all the way. I don't know what you think you're saving or what you're sparing or whatever. Bruh, your character is showing with the women you're choosing. Once, if they're with a married man who doesn't even have the will to end his previous marriage, that's telling us about who you are as a person.
Yeah, I've been lazy about that. Yeah.
No, you have not
I
been.
printed papers.
Okay, you ain't been lazy about it because you sitting up here paying this chick's mortgage.
That was my wife.
And you had the money then. You got the money now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I sat there and I printed the divorce papers out. I printed them out. I just hadn't filled them out.
When's the last time you talked to your ex-wife?
2019, when I was in the court and she had a restraining order over me, and the judge granted it.
Okay,
And I said, Judge, we're married.
And you did not want to finalize the divorce. Why?
Busy.
Okay.
Too busy.
All right.
Now, and I have been upfront with every woman.
And there's the problem. There's only a certain type of female who will accept that kind of situation. The worst kind. Those are the ones who will sleep with a man who's still married and doesn't even have enough principle to end his marriage. If there's females who will do it, the worst kind. So, remember, water seeks its own level. You become a different person, you'll probably start getting different chicks. By the way, you're on your way to 60. So, I suggest you find some character quick. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me go ahead and see now. This one I want to get here. Okay, let me see if I can get a hold of this guy. There you go. There he is. All right. All right, Vic from Port St. Lucie. Yeah, here we go. All right, looking like a skinny Nick Fury, Samuel L. Jackson on my screen up here. He looking like multiversal Samuel L. Jackson from Secret Wars. That's who he looking like. He look like the other one, not the real Samuel L. Jackson, the knockoff version of him. It's looking like him. I'm here to phone the Avengers. All right, Vic, what's on your mind?
Well, what's on my mind? I wanted to call and chime in about a comment you had made earlier in the program, which I find true, and also I'm wondering, like, who else like feels this way? If it's just like maybe single men or men that's living a single lifestyle. And also I want to say shout out to the brother that just, call in, his life, is very similar to mine, I'm glad I was able to hear all the game you was giving to him once again, and you had made a comment about women, men not wanting to like see a married woman, not even want to cheat with them. I feel as if I'm wondering if this is something that maybe people that are following you, that has joined you and followed you are feeling this way. When people like me and many of your followers has listened to your programs about that officer that slept with the many men in her department, and then how months later you had posted about how she was seeking some type of compensation from that.
Give me the question, nigga. What's the question? Good grief.
No, I want to know, what do you think? Is it could I don't think that married men could really fathom that you could look at a woman, and think that she's beautiful, but not want to even sleep with them, And do you think it's because of what do you feel is the reason?
That married men can't look at a beautiful woman without wanting to marry her?
No, not wanting to like first at first thinking about sleeping with them.
I mean,
I haven't.
Well,
because like you had said previously to the person that just.
I mean, are you
called.
talking about like if they're separated? I'm not sure what context you're referring to.
Oh, well, all right. Before I get into that, not to be long-winded, but like you had said to the first caller, the caller before me, you had said that you talk to a woman, right, and then you sleep with them, and it's just going to be like 30 minutes, and then you have to deal with them the rest of the 23 hours or 23 and a half hours. You have to deal with them, and as a man, like, how come we're not willing to like put up with that? If that's what it is that we might be seeking. Why is it that we're not?
Because, like I say, you have fellas who make simplistic calculations. Fellas think that marriage is a guarantee. And these fellas, like he just said, they're looking to get out the streets. That's another way of saying I want a guarantee. I want someone to guarantee me that I'm going to have all the access I want with less effort, which is what that really means. So if I get married to this chick, then she wants the same thing I do. That's the assumption they're making. Oh, she wants the same thing. So they think they're negotiating a deal, and they think that they got a contract that will guarantee it. And in reality, that's not the way it works. That was why I told Sheba. Didn't get to get this before, but I told him, if y'all see my response to her, I was just like, I told her, stating mathematical realities isn't being for or against marriage. It's just math. People should simply have realistic ideas about what to expect from anything in life, including a life-altering decision like marriage. Tell them it's dating to the next level and has some advantages, assuming you can get the other person to actually keep their word. But don't tell them lies like you'll live longer and be rich and grow 4 inches taller, as if that has anything to do with signing a paper at a courthouse. So if you get with a female, just understand what you will get and what you don't get. And the idea that you're going to marry them and she will now be obligated to do something. Well, yeah, if she will keep her word, because there is no law that will make her do it. The only thing you get is her. So if she is a person of strong character and strong honorability, then maybe you get lucky, but that marriage certificate doesn't obligate her the way it obligates you. And fellas are looking for a way to make that work. There are ways to do it, but that marriage certificate is not it.
Wow. Wow. Thank you. I must have missed that part of you reading it. I'm definitely gonna go.
No,
back
I just now read it just now. I showed on the screen before, but I'm just now reading it. But just letting you all know, people shouldn't sit up here and subscribe things to marriage like it's some fantasy contract or some genie in a bottle. No, it isn't. It is not. It is not. Marriage does not mean what it used to. It doesn't give you any special powers or abilities. It gives the man a bunch of responsibilities and it gives the woman a bunch of benefits. But at the end of the day, there's nothing marriage is like money. And by that, I mean our American monetary system. Our money is not backed by gold or silver. It's backed by faith in the system. It's a fiat currency. Marriage is a fiat currency. It has as much power as the two people in it believe it does. And if she says that I can get up one day and it doesn't have any power, well, guess what? It doesn't. Now, Did somebody explain that before you got married? If they did, then you made your decision with your eyes wide open. I'm a firm believer that before anybody gets married, they should have to go see a divorce attorney first. Forget marriage counseling. Every person who gets married should be required by law to discuss it with a divorce attorney first. Then see if you still want to do this. Because you see, a divorce attorney will do two things. Number one, they will discuss with you the downsides of marriage. But number two, they will do the most important thing that your parents and family and friends probably didn't do. He's going to ask you questions about that woman. Because you see, he helps people get divorced all the time, and he sees the personality traits that lead to that. And if he starts hearing things that sound frighteningly, scarily familiar, situations that are frighteningly familiar, he's going to start saying things that will make you uncomfortable. Because he's going to start saying things how did he know that? How did he know she says that? How did he know she does that kind of stuff? He's helped 1,000 people get divorced with women just like yours. Your chick is not special.
Wow. All right. I just want to do one clarification on what you had just said. When you say divorce lawyer, it could be a divorce lawyer, man or woman. What's your thoughts on that?
I prefer a man. Although the female divorce attorneys are not bad either necessarily. The only good thing about attorneys is they generally tend to be jaded and cynical after a while. Once they've been practicing long enough, they tend to be jaded and cynical. So really, it's only in rare circumstances, if they get rich enough or whatever, they can pick and choose their cases. Most attorneys cannot do that. Most attorneys have to take what they can get. But if you have, in the cases like divorce attorneys, they've seen the worst. So, like I say, believe it or not, most female divorce attorneys, they've seen chicks who are bat crap crazy, and she got to go in here and defend her in court or fight her case. This chick is steadily sitting up here stalking this dude. She's trying to take out a restraining order while she's stalking this fella. And her female divorce attorney can see, oh, heifer, you is bogus. But, she knows what's going to happen. So they're a lot more understanding than people give them credit for being. So they actually see it from both sides. Female divorce attorneys see how nutty a lot of these chicks out here are. But it's like, if she pay them, okay, she paid me, so I got to back her play, but I can see this heifer off a rocker. I mean, I see it. Yeah. So the attorney James Sexton talked about that. That he's had guys who paid him. He's like, oh, this guy was terrible. He was awful. He paid me $50,000 to go take on his case for him, and I had to win it. He's like, yeah, the guy's terrible. The worst human being I ever met. And dropped him 50 G's. Yeah, you paid the money, but that doesn't change how James feels. Your attorney sees you for what you are. You paying them didn't change that. And when the next one walks in here, he sees that too. So generally speaking, believe it or not, attorneys are not really anti-male or anti-female. The system is. The attorneys are just your hired hitmen. So believe it or not, that tends to be the case. Now, are there some feminist attorneys out there? Yeah, you should avoid them. I think you can't really miss if you're dealing with a man, because he has to actually deal with that too. So I would skew more in the direction of getting a male divorce attorney if you're going to talk to somebody. But believe it or not, in a lot of cases with the females, they've seen the same stuff. Like, for example, think about this for a moment. You got a female divorce attorney. Let's just say she makes $200,000 a year. She's being told to go to court and, take alimony from a guy making $100,000 a year. Do you think that female attorney is not thinking that this heifer over here ain't working? She got 4 kids. She's been married to the guy for 5 years, and she wants to get $40,000 a year in alimony. Do you think that female attorney is not doing the math of her own finances and saying, I'll be damned, tell this heifer to get a job? You think she's not adding up her $200,000 a year and saying, damn, I could be this fella? So, of course they are. Happens all the time. Her job is to go press this woman's case, but she understands it. They get it. But for the most part, they get it. And that's why she would never marry a guy who makes less than her, because she knows the law. Where her income is like, oh, I'm behind the 8 ball.
Thank you, Mr. Black. And I had a whole lot more to say, but when what you had said to the caller before me, it covered a whole lot. But I just wanted to just jump on here and just give you props and just throw a little statement, half-hearted question out there for you. All right, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Mr. Black.
All right, Vic here. Well, at least he's not more trouble. So like every time I talk to Vic, it's getting worse. And it's like, okay, recently he's doing a whole lot better now. So he's been on the upswing. So I don't want to do anything that messes that up. Okay, let me go back here a little bit. The condemned man in the chat room. By the way, thank you to everybody who is contributing to tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Thank you very much for your support here tonight. We appreciate that. The condemned man dropped a C note. He said, great work as usual, sir. Can I get your insight on this? Man, 33 years old, 130K gross annually, single, no kids, engineer. I'm still considering marriage, but should I take a different stance? My advice stands firm. If you're making over 6 figures a year, that's great. You should wait at the very least until your late 30s or your early 40s before you consider getting married. If you still wish to go forward, you've had enough life experiences and dealt with enough females that now you understand what it's really like. And you can go from there. But even in your early 30s, I still don't approve of that. Even if you think you met the right chick, all my rules apply. Number 1, 3 years before you get married. I don't care when you met her. It needs to be 3 years before you even consider marrying. You need to be at least in your late 30s or early 40s, making 6 figures a year, because that changes your whole view on the world when you're in that position. And if you do meet a female, it needs to be 3 years. You'll know whether or not she's wife material in 6 months, but you will not know if she's faking. A person can't be fake for 2 or 3 years. They can be fake for 3 or 6 months. They can't be fake for 2 or 3 years. So even if you think you found the right one, they can fake it for 2 or 3. They can fake it for 2 or 3 months. They can't fake it for 2 or 3 years. So if they hold out within that 3 years, if this person is lying or fundamentally flawed or something they've been hiding, you'll see it. The real question is whether or not you keep walking. So as long as you're not in a hurry and you take your time to evaluate and you wait until you've gotten to a point in life where you've dealt with enough people and seen enough things that you can't really be gotten over on anymore, because there's the real problem is fellas get desperate or they're young and they sign bad deals. You give it enough time, you meet enough people, you can't really be gotten over on, and you'll be able to spot a fake from a mile away. You'll be able to spot a fake from a mile away. All right, let me go ahead and jump on here and get Prince out of Richmond. All right, Prince, what's on your mind, brother?
Hey, Jason, is it any safe way to, because some young man, to move a woman into your house without them jumping bad, because the fact is that just like marriage, once someone is in your home, unless they're willing to play nice, how can you really protect yourself?
No, look, this is where we're at in the modern era. I'm not lying to men, and I'm not going to sit up here and feed them a lie. And fellas, breaking up with chicks today, especially if you are on the more desirable side, is hazardous. It is what it is. And the deeper in you go, the harder it's going to be. She lives in your house, get ready to fight.
Oh, God.
You got a highly desirable company car, get ready to fight. You that dude and other chicks trying to get at you, get ready to fight. So it's in the modern era, they've been emboldened by the system. They've told them they can do whatever they want to you, and they do not believe that that they will put hands and foots on you. So yeah. I'm just being honest with you here. Fellas, breaking up today, it can be hazardous to your health. Whether she lives with you or don't, I don't recommend letting them live with you. I don't really recommend that. But I'm just saying, if it gets that far along, and if you that dude, yeah, get ready to fight. What Michael Buffer say? Get ready to rumble? Get ready. Here we go. Here we go. I mean, if you're a fella, you got that bag or whatever, and you that dude, and you standing in your business, and you handling your business, if she stands to lose that and lose her in, if she's getting benefits and you're going to take them elsewhere, get ready to fight. Get ready. This is what it means today. This is not special. This is not segregated to me. I'm not so great and wonderful. Neither are you. Fellas, this is what it is today. If you're a fella who ain't got nothing, You can probably break up with chicks and everything go great. You're a fella today who's above average by any means, whatever factor it is, get ready to rumble. Get ready to fight.
Well, Jason, what can men do, young men in particular? We learn through experience, but it can be risky, as you say, because a woman doesn't want to give up tangible benefits. One thing I don't do, I don't break up in person. Everybody got their own thing, but I'm anticlimactic when it comes to women. We don't leave with arguing. Whatever you're doing, you're going to be doing that on your own. We don't fight over a woman. If you want to be with somebody else, you'll never have another problem or word out of me about it. I don't share. So that's cool. But women, like emotional people, they like bones of contention. Like you say, the company car, like you say, a house or anything. Is there any safe way to distance yourself from a woman in particular? I'm sure women have the same issue with men, but they got restraining orders and them law enforcement can get after you. Is there a safe way for a man to distance himself from a woman who's out of pocket?
Dude, I'm sure some of y'all saw this. There was a story that was on the news, and this was a white man, by the way.
And,
random female in a parking lot accused him of stalking her. All she did was show the police there was surveillance footage. She claimed that he was following her around the parking lot, and don't y'all know they came arrested him. They went back and finally watched the surveillance footage. This guy was in jail for like a month because he couldn't afford to bond himself out. Don't you know he was in jail for like a month? When the police and the prosecutors finally got around and looking at the video footage, it clearly showed he was not doing that. So they released him, and now they kind of talking about trying to do something to her, but it's not nearly enough. So what I'm saying is, this was a random chick. It turns out she didn't know this man. He didn't know her, never met him, nothing else. So just a random accusation does that. Dude, you ain't gonna have, this is where we at today. You think you're gonna have it easier when your chick say something? Your girlfriend, your wife, anything. Female coworker, you think you're gonna have it easier? This is where we're at, man. We're not on our way. This is where we at right now. This is what it is right now, which is why men today cannot afford to be saps and suckers and simps. You're going to have to stand up. You're going to have to stand by these things. You got some legislatures talking about no fault, repealing no fault divorce. That's an odd start, but that's not good enough. We need to criminalize false accusations. And particularly as black men, we've been pushing for that legislation in places. Problem, the white men been pushing back against us.
Why, if it's going to protect them also?
Okay, but the problem is everybody's trying to figure out they want to protect themselves, but they want to make sure that we're unprotected. So when we do things like making laws against the Central Park Karen, what did those laws basically say? You can't make a false accusation against somebody. There will be a penalty if you do that. Okay, you and me were like, yeah, that's what you do. The white dudes are fighting against us. So just remember who was fighting against that. And now that leaves them naked if the chick decides she want to say something on them. Then all of a sudden they want to jump up and, ooh, we need to stop on it. Oh, okay, but if you had gone along with what we were saying, it would already be there. It'd already be there. We've had folks sitting up here falsely accusing us for centuries.
Yes.
Of rape and every damn thing else. If you make it where that's going to be penalized, bam. We could have had this done a while ago, and you could have used the black man's angle on that right there. That would put heavy political pressure. The reason why it didn't work is because, we put the pressure down, with the white dudes was pushing back against it. So there's a reason why we haven't had laws that could be very easily used advantageously. As you know, most of your drug laws were made based on being scared of Negroes.
Scared of black men.
Criminalizing weed, criminalizing cocaine is, them black men, they get some weed, they're going to rape all the women. Who they get some cocaine, they're going to rob all the stores. And next thing you know, they made laws. Well, you could have used that here. You could have used that here too. And the white dude's like, yeah, forget that. So it's like, okay, you do realize you left yourself vulnerable. All righty. And here we are.
They want to be surgical with it. They want to be able to get it. That goes the manosphere myth, right? They talk about all the men coming together, uniting against the women, but the white men have their own role of Tomasa, and all of them, that entrepreneur guy, all of them got their own agenda. and it doesn't include black men. Jason, when you talked about earlier about a woman serving a man, and Jason, I don't feel that you were being contradictory because you were talking about how if you're stuck on the island with a woman who may have a body count, right? That doesn't mean, that's your option there, but that not necessarily a woman, how did you put it? Lord, you said something about a woman not having a high body count doesn't necessarily mean she's the best option.
I'm just saying in that scenario, in order for you all to be able to crystallize exactly why it is that those three things come in that order: respect, honor, those femininity, why things come in that order. And femininity was not the third point that she made, but those are the three things that men really value: respect, honor, loyalty. Although loyalty is an element of honor. If you're not loyal, you're not honorable. So, it would really be respect, honor, femininity. If bottom line is body count is a part of being honorable.
Yes.
How can I honor and give accolades to a woman that everybody else didn't have their turn with? But if we really are getting down to essentials, if you want to put a man in a situation where he's got to make a decision about which of these is most important to him, he's going to require respect. We can't talk if I'm not respected. No. I can't even have a conversation with you if I'm not respected. Now, men lay up with hoes all the time. All right, well, what's going to outweigh that? Well, I guess if we're stranded on the desert island, your body count is going to take a second place to whether or not I'm respected. Because you can't sit up here and say, I'm a virgin. Yeah, but you're not respectful.
That's the problem.
You see how we flipped that over there? Okay, well, I'm a virgin. Yeah, but she's slick at the mouth and she's not respectful and I'm stuck with you. It's like, yeah, your virginity doesn't have value now. Or at least your virginity, your sexual chastity does not trump the fact that I'm not being respected.
But she's saying to you, Jason, I have a clean slate. I don't have any tattoos. I don't have this, but she got a corrupted mindset. So is a corrupted mindset just as bad as tattoos, body count, and attitudes? Is that corrupted mindset also keeps them from having a clean slate?
Yeah, I mean, look, those other things are actions too, but you have to live with how she treats you.
Gotcha.
You got to live with that the whole time. That's something you have to live with while you're not having sex.
Most of the time, you ain't going to be having sex with them, so you got to deal with them.
Well, the problem is that a woman can have sex with you for 30 minutes or an hour, but she can disrespect you for 23 hours straight. Just ask old boy. I'm saying if your chick, you out here on the road working and your chick is spending the weekend with another dude, she's disrespecting you 24 hours a day.
24 hours.
That whole damn weekend, every minute of that weekend, you're being disrespected every single week, every single minute. Any man who been somewhere and figured out that his chick is with some other dude right now while he's a 500, 800, 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles away, fellas in the military, it's like, oh, that drives them nuts. Well, yeah, because you're being disrespected every single second of every single minute of every single hour of every single day. You're being disrespected that entire time. Is that hour of sex outweighing how much you're being disrespected?
See, and women call themselves, you made a point earlier about women being supportive. But ladies, if you are supportive and you are placating a man's insecurities or weaknesses, that's a problem. I'm getting a little biblical here. Jesus come from a bloodline of a woman that was a harlot, but she was a woman who protected the prophets. So she had she brought some respect to her bloodline. You understand? Whereas there was a queen named Jezebel who was a queen. Nobody really mentioned that Jezebel was actually a queen, but because of her reputation and the way she supported her husband, but in the wrong way. She supported his insecurities, his corruptness. She was supportive. So because men like the ego stroke, Jason, how can a man keep himself aware from a woman who's, she'll support him, but she might be supporting him no matter what he's doing? You want to ride or die.
I mean, but look, I mean, if you're the boss who's in charge, that's the whole point. It's right because you're there.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, if you're the boss and you're the king and she's backing your play, whatever you're doing, that's what she's supposed to do.
Okay.
So
Now,
she backing whatever you do. Okay, she is making life hard for the rest of y'all, but she's doing what she's supposed to be doing.
I understand why women over 50 are becoming so desperate. What's up with the guys over 50 in this desperation? They say they've been running all these women while they were younger.
Man,
I mean, what?
Dude, you've seen it yourself. You've been in the military. You see how it goes down. Niggas is so desperate today. Everybody's trying to act like they're so desperate. It's just a bunch of old, desperate, lonely niggas, and they're willing to give up the farm. They have no competitive. What they're finding out is that as they get older, they're finding out what they really. Every fella swears to you he was killing the game in his 30s or killing the game in his 20s. And I'm a dude who's sitting up here about to knock over 50. And I'm telling you right now, it's like, okay, no, these other fellas, it's not like that. They're not, number one, they're not competitive. That's the first thing. They were not competitive in their 20s. They're not competitive in their 40s or their 50s. They're not. They've just gotten older. And they might get some little old check somewhere, which comes in on a regular basis, but that check is not giving you the character trait of being a competitive male.
Okay.
So he ain't still throwing elbows. He's not doing anything. The only thing he can do is throw money at the broad, which is fine if you grab a chick who wants to bail out. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the desperation tactic. She's not adding anything to your life. She's looking for a fellow who's desperate, down and out, and all he can really do is throw $1 because her situation is so raggedy. These chicks come to these fellas with nothing. Let me say that again, Prince. You know I'm right. They come to these dudes with nothing.
Nothing at all.
Nothing but a bunch of damn kids and a bunch of problems. They don't bring anything.
They looking for a savior.
I mean, she ain't got nothing but the clothes on her damn back. And she looking for a fella who gonna give her a soft place to land.
Yes.
So that dude sits up here and next thing you know, he come in the door tricking off. It's like, dude, don't you see that's a red damn flag? This chick ain't got nothing to offer you. She's in her damn 40s and is able to just hang out with you. She ain't got nothing.
He think he has leverage over her, Jason.
Thank you. Yes, he thinks that her lack of ability and her destitution gives him leverage. And it's like, dude, now you're making it transactional. And I mean commercially transactional. You're just a paycheck, dude. You're a financial place to land because she never got herself together. She'll act grateful for a little bit and act straight for a little bit, but eventually the real thing's going to come out because it must.
Yes.
Once she gets comfortable, the real thing gonna come out. So these dudes who are older, they get to a point where they get old, they get lax, they get desperate, and then they start trading their money for companionship because they were never really competitive to begin with. They never were. A female doesn't, you know, if a female digs you if you stop the money. First of all, it's not even stopping it. If a female is approaching you offering things, that's in the 21st century, that is how a female signals that she's digging you and feeling you, that she really wants you. You want to know the telltale sign in the 21st century, you all forget the red pill and the rest of these folk, they don't know. The telltale sign in the 21st century that the female desires you and has genuine passion for you is that she is spending money, she is expending effort, she is sacrificing to be with you, to be in your company. You ain't sitting up here throwing money all over the place. She is expending hers. She is spending, she is putting in work, she is sacrificing, she's giving up her time with her relatives or whatever. She is throwing things on the back burner for you. She's throwing money on the front burner and people on the back burner.
She don't care what nobody say about it either. That's
how you know you that to her, you that dude. It's 21st century. That's how you know, fellas. 90% of the males out here don't get that. So they end up sitting up here throwing money out there first. And it's like, okay, I'm just letting you know from the rip, the feeling is not mutual. Just keep that in mind. The feeling's not mutual.
No, it's not. And you brought up a key point, Jason. Could you elaborate? You talked about the fact that if you buy a woman a very nice purse, and the way she takes care of it. What does that tell you? Is it saying she just may be inexperienced at having something that expensive? Or is this something similar to the Popeye situation, the receipt in the luxury car? You know, I ain't trying to give away too much Patreon, but I'm asking you, what does that say if a woman doesn't appreciate something enough to take care of it? Do you mention it, or do you just observe?
That's a very important thing to keep in mind, because that costs you.
Yes.
And when you start signaling to females like the old niggas do that your money doesn't mean anything, get ready to get run. She gonna run you. A man never does well when he signals to a woman that his money doesn't matter.
Right.
As soon as you do that, she goes from grabbing pennies to grabbing handfuls of dollars. That never works out well. Your money must always be communicated with value. It's always got to cost her. The moment you let her know that your money don't mean nothing, that's it. She's gonna go run wild, and you just gave her permission. I can't be mad at her. You just gave her permission that her money don't matter. That your money don't matter. You open that box, she gonna run it now. She's gonna do it. So that never does you any good. If a female, don't give females positions they're not ready for.
Okay.
If she's ready for the Chanel bag, do that. But she needs to demonstrate she's ready for that first. It can't just be because she wants it.
Okay.
Because women ask for all kinds of things they want that they are not actually ready for. Remember, they're emotional thrill seekers. So they'll ask for this stuff here if they're not ready. It's one thing if number one, if she's deserving of it. And number two, if she's actually ready to handle it. Because just because she's deserving doesn't mean she's ready. And just because she's ready doesn't mean she's deserving.
You say she's deserving, but doesn't mean she's ready because she's not have the mindset for it. Could you clarify?
If a woman cannot take care of a $500 handbag, how the hell are you going to get her a $5,000 one?
Start off with Michael Kors.
Yes.
Oh,
Y-E-S. Yes. I'm not joking. I'm not laughing. Yes, absolutely. You go take a look at her damn closet. If she ain't got that already, what the hell are you doing dropping that from day one? She hasn't even gone through the damn steps. Please remember, the Birkin people don't just sell you a Birkin bag.
No.
Hermes does not sell you a Birkin bag unless you Cardi B or somebody like that. Everybody knows Ferrari does not sell you a F80 or F90. They don't do that. You have to be a Ferrari customer. Ferrari gonna tell you what you're gonna get. So everybody knows that about the Hermes company. No, you off the street, you don't get to walk in there and go get a Birkin. That's not the way that works. You're going to go buy this little lipstick thing over here, maybe this little pocketbook over here. You got to kiss one of the people's asses up there at the store. That's the way that works. You as a regular person, you don't just get to walk in and go get a Birkin bag. But then when you think about it, it makes sense. Well, Jason, why does that make sense? For the same reason that Ferrari does not want to just sell a car to anybody. Enzo Ferrari was a snob.
He didn't like people driving his car.
No, well, he certainly didn't want the general public doing it. But Enzo Ferrari was a snob. The whole reason you have the Lamborghini company today was he was such a snob, he pissed off one of his customers, Fabrizio Lamborghini. You would not have the Lamborghini. Lamborghini did not like this clutch on it. He didn't like the way the thing was handling. And Enzo told him, you think you used to make tractors. If you're so smart, why don't you build a car on your own?
And he did.
And Fabrizio did that and made an enemy for life out of Enzo. But in any case, my point is Ferrari has always been that way. And it's still that way today. Please keep in mind, for those of you who don't know, and you can look this up, Ferrari searches the forums that talk about their cars.
What?
Really?
For those of you who didn't know, Ferrari looks through the forums that talk about their cars. Well, what are they looking for? They're looking for people who badmouth them. Jason, are you serious? Yes, I'm dead serious. If you buy a Ferrari and you have a problem with the car, you better keep it to yourself. You better go to the dealership. But what you will not do is go online and badmouth them. If you do, and they figure out it was you, because there's been a few people who got in these forums and they gave out enough information about where they bought the car and what the issue was that the dealership or the repair shop realized who it was. Hey, I know that guy. Next thing you know, dude is coming back and he wants to trade the car in and get an allocation for a new one. And then they show you, yeah, we saw you in this forum talking bad about us. Sounds like you don't want to be a Ferrari customer. So we're going to give you the opportunity to go be an Aston Martin customer or a Lamborghini customer, but we don't think you're fit to be a Ferrari customer.
Don't even want their money.
Ferrari does not want you to repaint the cars. Look that one up for yourself with Justin Bieber and some of these rappers and stuff. They've sued one person who did it. They don't even want you repainting the cars. So I bought the car. Yes. I own the car. Yes. And they're saying that they don't want me to repaint it. Yes. Are you serious? Yes. Like there was one guy, I forget his name, but he repainted the car all kinds of crazy colors. And Ferrari took grievous exception to that. They took grievous exception. I forget who it was. I forget it was an artist. It was like an artist, or I want to say it was like a painter or something like that, but it was somebody who did that and they took grievous exception. It's like, yeah, you own the car, but yeah, you got our name out there bad. We wouldn't have sold it to you if we had known you were going to do that. So they've always been snobs in that regard. Well, guess what? Hermes is the same way. They want people who it belongs with them. And if you ain't worked your way up, it's like, yeah, you're probably not going to be a good look. Do we want to have a raggedy Birkin bag on Instagram?
No.
Because you and I both know chicks spend their income tax returns at Gucci. Yeah, they'll spend their house down payment at Birkin.
Yeah, they will.
If you let them.
If you let them.
So the fact that you can get cobbled together $30,000, that $30,000, you might not be worth that. That $30,000 might not be worth taking you on as a customer. You could do $100,000 or $1 million worth of brand destruction.
Okay.
If we sell this to you. So it's like, yeah, it's better if we just don't sell to you. You're not ready to be a Hermes customer. You're not ready.
Jason, what has a woman ever done for you that surprised you, as far as it may be a gift or a kind gesture? I like Wild Dogs of Africa, and a woman bought me a documentary thing on the Wild Dogs of Africa, and she took me to a place that I enjoyed going to at the time. And I really appreciate the fact that she remembered those things, even though I didn't mention them much, maybe once. Have somebody ever done something that surprised you? That you like, oh,
it would take a lot to surprise me nowadays, but what I will say is there have been things that I've appreciated. I think one of the things that sticks out to me most is a watch. It was a specific kind of watch. The real thing is whether or not they're listening. So there was a female who bought me a watch once, and I'm just giving this as one example. It's not the only one, but it sticks out to me in particular because it showed that she was listening. And that's the real thing, is that where most females mess up at is, like I said, the root of female value is being selfless. Okay. When they show up front loading everything for themselves, just remember, it makes it very easy to let you go. It makes it very easy to replace you. It makes it very easy to demote you to side chick status. So if she's actually paying attention and invested in that, where she's like, if this matters to you, it needs to matter to her. Right. Females are very good for wanting the men to listen to all the details of what they like. And didn't you see this? Didn't you see the shoes I was wearing? Okay, but then when it comes to them, all of a sudden there's nothing going on. So when the female demonstrates that and it's something that really matters to you or whatever, that's the kind of thing that sticks out, because that's rare when that kind of thing occurs, at least to a appreciable magnitude. It's rare when that kind of thing occurs.
Right. So I want to say these last two things. One, ladies, if you have a man who is incompetent, it may be cute to be with him, but when we just had a disaster down here, our power was out for days. And the women that was the most under the most distress was the ones in front of Home Depot by themselves, or just had an indecisive guy, because he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know how to make sure the generator is working properly, how to get all of these things, because he's more concerned about looking at you all day. And Jason, I want to say that that I appreciate you extending that. I don't know how you extended it for the donation thing, because I went on, took care of it again, put something else on that. And I appreciate everything that you're doing. Brother, please, if you can get some rest, get you some rest. I know you're saying you got to handle your business, but when you have an opportunity to do that. And Leon, Jason, I'm gonna be mad at you.
I was thinking about him the other day. I'm like, that nigga out there suffering.
Did you do a welfare check?
Man,
Jason,
look, ain't nothing you can do for him. Just wait for him to show up in the news. Just ain't nothing. He locked in. He belonged to the game. He been there too damn long, brother. What we gonna tell him if he went and married that? What you expect me to do?
He might be held hostage, Jason. The man seemed like he was in a situation he couldn't speak freely.
Oh, he's in a situation, all right. Yeah, he sure is. Yeah.
All right, so that's all I had to say. Thank you for everything, brother.
Thank you for checking in at night. Yeah, man, well, brother, ain't nothing I can do for Leon. He belonged to the game. Leon belongs. Couldn't you tell he beat down? He know he can't get out. What Michael Jackson say in The Wiz, you can't win, you can't get even, and you can't get out the game. It's just, that's it. She got him. She got him where she want him. Little weak nigga. Money didn't matter to him. Sex don't matter to him. She was dependable and available and reliable when he came his little simp ass through, and then one day she just dropped the hammer on him, and he been locked down ever since. He been talking to people, and then talked to attorneys. How can I get out from up under this? And nigga, ain't nothing you can do. You're gonna be old and get half your stuff took, and you belong to the game. We can't help you. Can't nobody help you. That is it. You can get a divorce. You just can't get away from it. All right, we got Will here on Zoom. All right, Will, what's on your mind?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, brother, you looking like Nipsey Hussle's nephew. What's going on?
I get that all the time. All right. So I was just curious on what questions would I ask a female woman, whatever you want to proclaim her as. What would I ask her in order to see if she down? Because I see that you said the prince that they was going to, spend some money or whatever the case may be. But is there like a certain amount that they going to spend or whatever the case may have you?
Well, first of all, the real thing is not so much about the amount, though that is significant. I mean, she bought you a pack of Now and Laters. That don't mean nothing. What I'm saying, though, is that, for example, fellas are always talking about chicks getting flued out and whatever. And the thing that I had to appraise guys of last year and the year before, and it was a big revelation to them because all their red pill gurus had never said it to them before. I said, fellas, if a chick is digging you, she ain't asking you to come see her. She coming to see you. She's buying her own plane tickets. She ain't sitting up here hitting you about, if he wanted to see me, dude, if she digging you, she already got her Delta frequent flyer miles. She's trying to get at you. She's trying to be in your company. She's trying to be where you are. A woman who's digging you is not giving you no grief about who's paying for no damn dinner. She's offering to do that because she wants to spend time with you. So there's your telltale sign that she's not digging you like you might think she is. Take a look at that. She's showing you that one thing right there. So she's in our society, effort is measured in dollars. If she's not making any effort and you can't measure it, damn that emotional stuff. If you can't see where she's putting forth effort, it's not there.
Okay. So, I mean, granted, I don't really deal with the whole like out of town being flued out type of female. So if it's some in town and she trying to take me out to somewhere that's nice, quote unquote. So does that show that she, really trying to deal with me or whatever?
Well, I mean, it can, but it just depends on how often that occurs, because there's other factors to it. Case in point, who is initiating contact on a daily basis? If you go more than 48 hours and she has not contacted you, The passion ain't there.
Okay, what I'm not even going. It ain't even no 48 hours that they will go without contacting me. But I don't really know. I don't really know how to. I don't really know how to put it. I don't have no problem with like getting females or getting them attached to me or whatever the hell the case may be. But I'm just trying to figure out what do I need to add.
Here's the first thing. If there's ambiguity or uncertainty, there's your first clue. It ain't there, because a female wants to make it very clear to you. She doesn't want there to be. She ain't gonna just sit up here and say, "Okay, you got it." But she's gonna make it very clear to you. It's not gonna be ambiguous. It's not gonna be ambiguous. So it's like a female who's down for sex. It's not gonna be she's making it clear to you that she's ready to get it popping. If a female is down for you, there's not gonna be a bunch of ambiguity. If there is ambiguity, it's because she's not sure.
Okay, so if she like taking days off from work just to deal with me, because how my life is set up, like I don't really have a set schedule because I do like residential cleaning with houses or whatever the case may be. And when I have some free time, it's a couple females. It's like, yeah, let's hang out, XYZ.
Okay, that sounds suspect to me, and I'll explain to you why.
Okay.
Female taking time off of work. He said time off work to deal with him. Okay, if chicks is taking time off of work to lay up, that's one thing.
It don't even be no layup because I don't really eat, like I don't set like sex high on my trying to get pedestal. I'm really trying to like build myself and build my whole residential commercial cleaning situation that I have going on. Like I ain't really like, okay. I don't really try to put them on the back burner, but I kind of put them on the back burner.
Well, that's good. That's good too, because your business should always take priority. A female desires a man who's got a life of his own. If you don't have anything going for you, she'll come by to lay up, but you're not giving her anything to invest herself in. A woman wants a guy who's building something, taking his piece of the world. He got something going on. She's looking for a guy who is the place where the action is. And then she wants to enter into that arena. She does not want to help you build that arena. You got to have something going for yourself, and she becomes a part of that. If she's got to help you get something going for yourself, problem. So it's really circumstances you would look for and how they respond to those circumstances. It's not a line that you give them or something you say. It's about how are they responding to you and your life. If you're going about your business, you're doing what you do, and she's constantly trying to plug in, that's it. You're already there. So the real thing is she making an effort to be a part of your life and what you have going on? As long as you got that going, you maintain. It's not a line that you use. It's not a pickup line. It's not something you say. Remember, your actions speak much more than your words. And for females, here's the way they deal with us. Females are looking to see something. Once she sees it, that's it. Now, you want to know why married dudes get the females who about something. What I'm saying is that when a female sees that you that dude, for example, a lot of chicks get a lot of grief when they talk about having sex on the first date. Here's the thing that I remind fellas of. Dude, if she's like, you that fella, she's like, why do I gotta wait? I've already seen everything I need to see. I don't need 6 or 8 months to evaluate.
So is it a good thing if they have sex on the first?
It depends. Like, if she's always doing that, no, that's not a good thing.
Okay.
And you should be able to tell if you with the kind of chick who that's just what she do, because they're gonna lie to you. They're all gonna tell you that they don't. But that's why you need to have enough life experiences so that you spot the females to say, yeah, but you got them character traits to show that's what you do. So just say that line for somebody else. But if you're dealing with a chick here who that's not really her get down, she ain't got that kind of rep, that's not really the way she moves, but you see that happens, that means something. So that thing about they break rules, yeah, that matters. And if you're the fella that they break rules for, and it's very clear to her what your value is, women hold off dudes for whom the value is not clear. unless she's a hoe. Now, if she's a hoe, you're supposed to be able to see that. And you put her in the hoe square, and that's how you deal with her. But if that's not what she is, it's like, well, is she moving kind of quick on this? Yeah, dude, because it's obvious to her. She's seen what she needs to see. She's like, okay, I've done verified everything. Everything's there. What do I got to wait for? Women make fellas they're unsure about wait. The fella she's sure about, she's like, okay, well, she's like, we wasting time. You're like, well, I thought you didn't move like that. The other fellas, I don't move like that. This isn't a guessing game. It's a sure thing.
So okay. So how do you know if they words are real with them saying, you the guy that I'm going, I'm saying the first night, first encounter.
Remember, how you do one thing is how you do all things. So don't fool yourself into thinking that her sex life is not indicative of the rest of her life, or that the rest of her life is not indicative of her sex life. So that's what I'm saying. If you were the chick who lived in that whole life, her whole life shows that. Does she make impulsive decisions? Is she emotionally based? She got a closet full of shoes. She's got a bunch of dudes she can tell you about. I mean, that's a chick who's got frequent sexual partners, and that's what she does. And the younger she is with a longer list of stories like that, I'm just saying those are telltale signs right there. If you got a chick who she just goes to work and goes home, she's about her business, she ain't got no kids, she doesn't have a rep out there in the streets, you don't know anybody who knows her like that, especially because that's the whole thing. If you're in your city and nobody else knows her, things like that. If another couple of folk know her, stuff like that, might be a red flag. But if she doesn't have a rep like that, hoes get reps. That's why hoes got to go out of state to get a man, because the folks in their city know they reps. So that's why hoes today, the internet saved all of them, because now they can go fishing for men in places who don't know them. But in your city, if dudes don't know, y'all know the hoes in your city, or the type of chick in your city who get around. So if you don't, then you're not ready to make these decisions. Let me just say it like that. If you can't spot the chicks in your city who is like, hey, this is a chick from my city, she from Houston, wherever. This is how Houston hoes get around. This is how Chicago hoes get around. If you don't know how hoes in your city get around, you might just want to stick to one night stands till you figure it out.
Hoes in my city. I stay I'm in
chicks,
Atlanta.
or chicks who move quick. So I'm just saying, you in Atlanta. If you can't tell the chicks in Atlanta who they get down like that immediately, if you can't spot them, you might just want to deal with some chicks out of town or something until you can figure it out. Because it's like,
we all know Atlanta is the city where everybody call themselves coming to because of I don't know.
Yeah, but here's the thing, there's two ways of looking at that, because females who have baby rabies, females who constantly need a man, they're constantly from one relationship to another, or they demand to be in a relationship. Like if you met a chick and she done had a boyfriend 2 weeks ago and she talking to you, I'm just saying, this is what she does. Whatever she's doing with you, this is what she been doing. Is she moving quick? Has she just been in a relationship and she's out? Things like that. If she's got a life of her own and she's stable with that, she got a job, she's career oriented, and you got to be careful that she's not too much, because then you take a backseat to that. But I'm just saying, she has a life of her own. She's not really giving herself a bunch of time to be in them streets like that. Those are signs right there. Well, she ain't out there like that because she's not giving herself time to do that. So in a lot of cases, what happened, that's why I was asking you before when you talking about, well, I'm doing my thing, but sometimes, they might take a day off of work to come deal with me. I'm like, okay, is this a chick who's fitting you in? Because single moms are very good for doing that kind of thing, but career chicks are very good for doing that too, because their time is at a premium. They don't have a whole lot of extra time, so they got to get in where they fit in a lot of cases. That could be okay. Then again, it could be a problem depending on other factors. So other things come into play with that. A female who is always available, always on the move, frees up. It takes time to be dealing with dudes quick. So if she's always freeing up time, those are things to watch out for. Don't fool yourself into believing that the way she deals with you is not the way she's dealt with somebody else. That's the first thing. Don't fool yourself into assuming that. You need to prove that's what it is. But don't assume that. By default, you always assume that whatever she's doing with you, she doesn't deal with everybody else. You assume that until you prove otherwise. But you always assume it. That's where you start. And that's not necessarily where you finish, but if you're asking me the rule to use, you always assume whatever she's doing with me, she done did this with everybody else until you prove otherwise. Now, I know you're trying to filter for that early. I get it. If you don't have enough life experiences that you've dealt with enough females that you can sniff a liar when you sit next to them, then like I say, you probably have not dealt with enough women yet.
Okay. So when you say dealt with females, what extent are you saying dealt with females? Because I done had a long list of, like sexual encounterments, but like as far as like serious relationships on the long term, it's only been about 4, and I'm 33 turning 34.
And that's the problem. So you don't learn people like, okay, let's take this for example. What city are you in? Okay, you in Atlanta. How old are you?
33.
Okay, you're 33 years old. All right, you're a black male in Atlanta. He's wearing a tank top. He got the chains on. I hope they're not costume jewelry. I hope they. Well, here's my point.
No.
You're 33. You're 33 years old. You're in Atlanta. You've kept your head attached to your shoulders now for the last 3 decades. A lot of fellas out there.
No kids.
Yeah, but my point is, you've kept your head attached to your neck now for the last 3 decades. You know a whole bunch of fellas who didn't do that. They weren't able to get that done. We done buried them because they couldn't keep their head. They couldn't even keep their heads attached to their shoulders. So in that regard, obviously you got some sense about you about how to deal with men. So obviously there's been some troublemaking men that you've realized, hey, I'm hoping that 30-something years old in Atlanta, you just know how to sniff trouble. If you next to a dude who he's trouble, it's just like, hey, bruh, I don't even have to talk to him for a minute. It's like, this dude's trouble. This bad news.
That is true. Like when it comes to like the male aspect of things, like I'm able to sense a snake or somebody that's just like on some that ain't on the type of time
but
that
that's
I'm on.
well, what that tells us is you've dealt with a lot more men. So because your dealings with them have not been sexual, even in Atlanta. I hope not. But I mean, it's up to you. If that's your thing, I mean, you in Atlanta, y'all do what y'all do. But
no. Come on now,
okay,
Jason.
well, if it's not
Jason.
like that, okay. But what I'm saying is that if you all have to deal with each other, because look, the bottom line is, if things go bad with a female, usually the worst that can happen is you get nagged or she might steal some money. If you're goofy around a male, it could cost you your life.
Yeah, exactly.
If you have a woman around you who's lying, it's probably going to cost you some money. If you have a man around you who's a liar, it could cost you your life. And that's the reason why as men, we go on high alert with other men. Okay, but we need to learn to hone that skill with women. So what I'm saying is that those skill sets and those traits that you've used with the men, you gotta spend enough time around women to be able to do that too. If your only interaction with females is physical, you're not investing very much time or effort in studying character traits, studying female psychology, spending time around them in a non-sexual way that illustrates the cues, whether or not there's desire, because desire happens between your ears, not between your legs. She's showing through all the things she does in a day, the way she dresses, the way she talks. All of these are things that show how she feels about you. Or at the very least, it tells you who she is as a person. Just like, remember when I was talking to Monique earlier and asked her about the car she drives. So all of these are things that give you cues and clues about who this person is as a human being. And sex is just an added thing on top of it. But if I guarantee you, brother, if you think about this for just a few moments, think about the last 3 females you laid up with. Now think about 2 things, the way they dressed and what they drove. Now think about this for a moment. If you saw a car, because in your case, you might not even did that and you might not even seen a car, but it might have been the Uber. He's like, okay, with the Uber, she jumped out of the Uber. Okay, there you go. So that's what I'm saying.
You funny, man. You funny.
But am I wrong? I'm glad I'm funny, but am I wrong?
Out of the last 5, 4 called an Uber.
Okay, so here's the issue. You all, I've got to remind you again. You say, well, Jason, how did you know so much about so many things here? And I'm not patting myself in the back. I am going to say one thing. I drive places. I don't like to fly, primarily because TSA gives me hell. But even still, I like to drive. But think about this for a few moments. When you drive, you have to see every square foot of wherever you're going. You don't miss things in between. When you fly, it's like you're robbed of the experience because you walked into a door at one airport, the plane takes off, you're basically oblivious to everything in between. When the plane lands, you walk out of a door and you're in a new place. You missed literally everything in between. That's what you're doing when you call an Uber. You're not getting any insight into her life whatsoever. So you're doing, in many ways, you're doing the right thing because that's all you wanted her there for. But just remember, in the process, you're not getting any more information.
Okay.
Except she could afford the Uber or you could afford it, one or the other.
No, it wasn't me paying for no Uber. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Okay. So I just drew a blank. Okay. So when it comes to traveling, should I drive more than I fly?
Men need to in this modern era here, you all are, it's not your fault. Because like he's only 33 years old, y'all. Literally, he was born in 1991. So for those of us, for those of us who remember NWA and whatnot, he wasn't even born when in '89 when everything kicked off. He wasn't even born yet. So that's why I got to say this like this. He's never known a time that the internet didn't exist. He's never, and for most of his adult life, he's never known a time he didn't have cell phones. So think about how much he doesn't know in that regard.
I ain't get no cell phone till like 11th grade though.
Right, but my point is you've never known the time it wasn't there. For the rest of us, we didn't even have that as an option. For those of us a decade or so older than you, we didn't even have that as an option. I'm going through that simply to say we've made a world that's a lot more accessible to you without you having to put much effort into it. So whereas before we actually had to go to these places, we were forced and required to do it. You all have had it. It's great for business, and that's good for a business person. But as an unintended side effect, it's also stifled you all's growth or natural things you would have gone through. At 33 years old, you would have already have gone coast to coast. You already would have had a dozen cities, major cities you could tell me about at this point in your life. I'm willing to wager that you've gone between Atlanta and DC.
No, I done been to Cali. I done been to Texas. I done been like West Coast, Arizona, Salt Lake City, Detroit.
Why?
Just for the, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Just because.
And thank you. There's
no real reason behind it.
Right. Now, the way you phrased that was there was no real reason for it. I would phrase that slightly differently. That those trips were of no consequence. You didn't go because they were important. You went because you could.
Yeah, I like that.
And and what that means is that these were trips, these were visitations of no consequence. It'd be one thing if you went there for a job. Now you're going to have to pay attention to things, the lay of the land, how people are dressing and working, because you have something to lose. Just going on a vacation, or a visitation, you don't actually have anything to lose. What I'm talking about is these are places I went and I had to live, or I went and I had to do business. These were places of consequence. So I was required. I couldn't be goofy out there. I had things to lose. When you just go visit a place, you ain't got nothing to lose. Yeah, you also have no reason to really pay attention, which is what most of your generation has been in, because we've made things so easy. So even when you all do go see things, you're really seeing it for recreation. And the problem with that, and I think if you've been to a bunch of places, you're even starting to experience this, that eventually you go to enough places where one place starts looking like every other.
True.
You go to enough big cities, they all start looking the same.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, when I do travel, I'm going like getting into like the nature side of things, like in a couple.
Well, I would tell you that's not that. There's a place in this world for that. But if you're going to travel,
seeing the sand dunes in Colorado isn't a thing to like,
Well, here's my thing. Going to nature is cute. You can see a tree anywhere. If you're going to go somewhere, you haven't gone there if you haven't talked to the people.
Okay.
You haven't gone there if you haven't talked to the people. Period.
All right.
So until you go there and deal with the people and talk to them and interact with them, you haven't really gotten anything. And there's where you're missing. So if the only times that you talk to people is when you're trying to have sex with them, you're not getting to know them. That's why your experiences with men have been so much more seasoned and productive than your experience with the females. When you're talking with the dudes, you're actually listening. Yeah, because your life could hang in the balance. You're actually paying attention. You're actually sizing him up and analyzing him as a person, not as a sex object, but as a person. That's what you've not given yourself the same latitude to do with the females. You have an objective with them, but the objective is not to learn her as a female. It's about, okay, what's she gonna do? And so you've done is you focused all your skill toward that, and you're discarding what you see as junk information. It's like, okay, if we ain't gonna do nothing, why are we having all this conversation? And what I'm saying is, I just want you to understand why you're giving the answers you are. You're tossing out a bunch of information because you're dealing with females that you filtered out that information from.
Would that come from being raised by a single mama?
I mean, well, I would like to say that, but the truth is, I don't care what environment you come from. Sex is biological. So you didn't need a single mom to make you want to do that. You're only 33 years old. My whole point, though, is that certainly this works out for you. Look, I mean, it doesn't matter whether you're a single mom or not, rich or poor. You know, Elon Musk got 11 kids by a bunch of women. So, I mean, for those of y'all who didn't know, he got 11 kids by a bunch of women. So, I mean, that he's not broke and he didn't come from a single mom. So, like I said, look, that's just men do that when they got options. I mean, that's biology. My real thing, though, is that what I'm telling you is that if you really want to know why it is that muscle that you have that's supposed to evaluate the women isn't very strong, is because you have not exercised and used it. So if you're only dealing with them sexually, all your focus is you're filtering for females who are down for sex. I'm going to use that word DTS as opposed to the other one, but you're filtering for that. You're analyzing for that. You're weighing for that. You're picking based on that. And you're going for expediency. For the most part, you're going for expediency.
I mean, the thing is, I really don't even try to be DTS with the chicks that's, you know what I'm saying? Like,
that's not what your experiences are telling me, not unless you're lying to me. And I don't think
no. I ain't lying. I don't just like hit them up and like be trying to, smash something.
Okay, but you're telling me you've only had 4, which you would consider to be semi or at least non-sexual relationships.
Yeah. Like
by
one
33 years,
4.5 years.
Right, but 33 years old and only 4. And yet
serious relationships where I claimed them, I took them around my family.
But I'm sure the sexual encounters probably outnumber those by multiples. And what I'm saying is, but that's what you're spending the majority of your time working on.
Okay.
So just please understand, I had these 4 relationships, and you can try to give as much weight to them as you want to. What I'm saying is that there's only so much mental bandwidth a man has or a person has. The majority of yours has been allocated towards honing your skills at sexual access, not honing your skills at. It would be different if you told me about a dozen women and you're like, my interactions with them are not just sexual. I talk to them all the time. I speak to them all the time. I discuss things with them all the time. I learn things about them all the time.
I mean, that's how it was in my early 20s. But then I was told don't be goddamn gonna dealing with them chicks. Don't be pillow talking with them hoes. That's gonna make you soft. So I tried to.
That makes you soft. It also makes you smart.
Okay.
You ain't never met a pimp who didn't pillow talk with them chicks. That's the first thing he's gonna tell you. He starts if he meets a runaway at a bus station. That's the first thing he starts doing is chatting her up. He's not trying to get her into bed. The first thing he starts doing is picking the locks of her brain. And as men, I need you to learn to fall in love with picking the locks on a woman's brain, interacting with that first. That's how you learn female nature.
So what's I don't want to ask you what's a series of questions to pick a lock on a female's brain, but
y'all,
what would I Like, how would I?
Folks
go
gonna
about
say
that?
I'm wrong for this, but there's a reason why they call me the authority here. Do you all remember a couple weeks ago, I talked to a fella who called me up and swore to me at the fella from Oklahoma? Y'all remember him?
Oh man, yes, I do.
Sir,
I definitely do.
I did something that y'all have never seen a YouTuber, red pillar, black pillar, or any damn body else do. You all saw me tell him, put your woman on the phone with me right now. And let's see how this thing really goes. Did I do the damn thing or did I do the damn thing?
You did it. And then it was also like how he was popping, like she was really down for him. But then once you know what I'm saying, got the, working what you had working.
I wasn't born like that. That was the result of decades of learning. And just like I can spot a woman who's lying, I can spot a dude who's lying immediately. Bro, you ain't got no grip. You sitting in Oklahoma City, you lying your ass off. And if I put your broad on the phone right now, you gonna see all the telltale signs that she's weakening, getting her weak at the knees and getting ready to choose up on somebody else. And y'all saw me pull it in real time. Y'all knew as soon as she said, ooh, glamping, that sounds nice.
Glamping.
You heard,
okay.
Here's the thing. It was not her words that did it. You heard the tone of her voice. You heard the enthusiasm in it. You said, oh, that can't be faked. That's not fake right there. That's real. That's real. As soon as y'all heard that, that was all you needed to see. That was all you needed to hear. And you knew that's it. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. If Jason keep applying the pressure, she gone. You got it. And what I'm saying is, if you want to know a textbook example, go listen to that phone call. Go listen to that one and listen how I did that one.
Yeah, no, I listened to that broadcast twice, actually.
Okay, well, you ain't got to listen to the whole thing anymore. Just listen to that phone call right there. I mean, that's a textbook. You want me to walk you through the process? Take a look at what I did. Yeah, she told me one thing. We went to Jordan. I'm like, I can't really do anything with that. But that's like, okay, I'm going to play past that. Okay, well, when you get done with Jordan, where next? Then she told me Arizona. That's it. She gone. I got it. So what I'm saying is things like that. If you want a textbook example of how to deal with that, go listen to that phone call. And that's just one. I got the other one on my, for the videos. Y'all know the angriest chick in the damn world there, who was back in March 2023. Angriest black woman ever goes off on me. That's under the videos tab. So you can go listen to that one too. She was on the phone yelling and screaming and cursing and every damn thing else. See what happened by the end of that conversation. Everybody else on YouTube sits up here and tells you what they could do. Nobody sits there and records themselves doing it. Y'all don't know that nigga do that. I'm the only one that you all can name that you can show actually does it. The rest of these guys give you all theory. I give you practice. I'm not bragging. What I'm saying is it's reliable. Study I'm just going to start you there. For the question you just said, study that. Study that. And I think you will see some marked differences between what I talk about and what you talk about with them. You see rabid differences between the conversation I'm having. Listen to me. To every male listening right now, these things that you don't like about females, that is your strength. These are things to be understood, not things to fight with. What is a woman's favorite topic of conversation? Herself. Instead of men trying to figure out how to fight that, stop trying to fight it. Work with it. So
let her talk about herself?
You need her to talk about herself. A woman, this is something else you're probably going to realize right now. If you let the woman talk long enough, she's going to tell you how to get her in the bed.
Yeah. I mean, but that part,
okay, but that's not okay. No. I'm saying it I'm phrasing it in a way that you can understand right now because you young at this. You just started. I'm not trying to drop too much on you. What I'm saying is just like you understand that if you talk to a woman long enough, she'll tell you how to get her in the bed. If you get her to talk about herself long enough, and she will tell you everything she wants, expects, needs. She will open all the doors of her psychology to you. The real reason why you don't know anything is because you haven't gotten her to open up about herself. You got her to open up just enough to get them legs going. But you didn't keep going except for the 4 that you were interested in. Now, that's the only time you did it. And what I'm saying is, why don't you do that on a regular basis? The reason most of you guys don't do that is because you have been told that that makes you a bad man. You playing games, this, that, and the other. Jason Black is telling you life's a game. Your job is to learn these things. You're not giving yourself enough leeway and enough time to learn. Y'all are not giving yourselves enough time, leeway, or anything or to learn. Women will talk about themselves. Y'all get them to talk about themselves with the goal of having sex. I'm saying, can you get them to talk about themselves with the goal of learning? This is how different female psychologies work. Did you pay attention to it? You're not even giving yourselves a conversation. The people will tell you, just like the men told you everything you needed to know, just apply that to the women. The reason why there's certain dudes that now you just spend 10 seconds talking to him and it's either he can stay or he got to go right now, because you've given yourself a lifetime, 3 decades of dealing with men in depth, that at this point now it's like, okay, I can sniff it on them. You haven't done the same thing for the females. And what I'm saying is it's made you emotionally nearsighted. Okay. So you've got myopia, you got nearsightedness. Sometimes you can see, sometimes you can't. Yeah. But all that means is lack of experience. Well, he's got a whole bunch of females he's dealt with. No, he's got a whole bunch of females he slept with. He didn't learn anything from them.
So slept with and dealt with is different.
Well, it can be. They can be the same, because dealt with is just a figure of speech. My point is, you've had 4 females that you claim you dealt with seriously. Here's the problem. Were they 4?
But they was kind of long term, though.
Okay, but you can say kind of anything. The real thing is, were they similar?
No, nothing about them was really like physical and mental, emotionally. None of the 4 was the same.
Okay, well, it seems like if they were diverse females, because here's the thing: as men, you learn from your experiences, both positive and negative. So that's why you need to have a wealth of experiences, both positive and negative. Okay. You need to have a wealth of them. That's important, because without that, you don't get to see all the dimensions. So you're saying that they were all different. I'm not really sure how exactly. I will say that if you still have these questions after 4 of them, then your depth of dealing with them was not as deep as you might think it was.
Truthfully, I just like to think that, like, though I'm only 33, I like to think that times have changed. Like,
women, times change, people don't.
How you okay.
Times change, people don't. Don't deceive yourself in that. Times change, people don't. Okay. But the bottom line is, I don't think that your dealings with them or relationships with them might have been as inquisitive and in-depth as it probably could have been to patch up these other things. Because, or even if you got access to a bunch of other females, you need to be dealing with them for all the things that don't have anything to do with sex.
Okay.
So, and you're not giving yourself time, or I don't think you even have interest in doing that. So it's just like, oh, okay, if I ain't laying up with them, I ain't really trying to do nothing. So it's Uber in, Uber out. And what I'm saying is, because you're like, okay, I'm not trying to lead them on or cupcake abroad or anything like that. And I get it. But what I'm saying is, by the way, so you've, at 33 years old, you've only had 4 females that you've had any sort of insight into. Just 4.
I mean, I say 4 because those was the ones that I considered a girlfriend, quote unquote.
Okay, but there's a whole bunch of females that you meet. They don't have to be girlfriends for you to learn about them. Females you don't have to be sleeping with a female or involved with a female for her to game you up about how females move. But
okay,
if the only avenues you're analyzing, if the only things you're analyzing is for sexual purposes, you're missing everything else. Should you have female friends? I'm a male who doesn't believe that's possible. So that's gonna be a pejorative question, unless she's ugly.
So be friends with ugly chicks?
I'm saying that men cannot be friends with females that have sexual potential. We can be, quote, friends with a female that we have no attraction to. But remember, a female we have no attraction to is a man. Please keep that in mind, folks. The only females we don't have, if we don't have attraction to you as a female, well, you're a man. You're a guy. We call that a guy. So if you have a female friend and there's no sexual attraction, oh, that's a dude. So yeah, is it possible? Sure. I don't think she gonna like it, but a man cannot be friends with a female unless she is sexually unappealing. Those are the only females we can be friends with. Everybody else, you better hope ain't no problems in your relationship because it's going down. But other than that, no, that's the biggest lie there ever was told. We can only be friends with females that she's just sexually undesirable.
Okay. So I have one more question before I let somebody else come up. Admiration. How do you know whether or not a chick really admire you or not? Because I heard you say they'll take on some of their
Okay.
I heard you say that they'll take on some of your traits or whatever the case may be. Like, but how do I know that they like truly admire me though?
When I say admiration, I've talked about this on my Patreon here. What that means is they look up to you. A woman cannot admire a man that she looks across at. Damn sure can't admire one she looks down to. She can only, when we say we admire someone, that's another way of us saying we look up to them. So you have to be a man who is above her status-wise, and status means socioeconomically. So you have to be somebody that she looks up to, that socially and economically you are above her.
Okay. So would that be them before they make a decision or, close on something, they hit you up and see your views or opinion on it? Would that be considered like,
okay, it depends.
What you're saying?
It depends on the female, because here's the problem. Most males get confused just like females do. They confuse the fact that you got sexual access to her with being love, admiration, or even attraction. There's a lot of dudes, y'all done slept with chicks who you were just available. And that's the reason that went down. So, and sometimes you confuse it for, okay, I got pulled. No, you're just available. She's crunched for time and you're just available. As they get older, stuck in their careers and things, have kids, mess like that, y'all start noticing that kind of thing, and I think it just goes over your heads. So that situation can happen to you also. As far as a female who admires you, I mean, the bottom line is, are you above her socially, and are you above her economically? Preferably both together. Let me give you an example. I've talked about this before. Cardi B and Offset. Cardi B is famous. Cardi B is established. Cardi B is well known in her field, and Cardi B has more money than Offset. Offset has more status than Cardi B. Jason, what do you mean? You go ahead and you take a look at the list of people who want to work with Offset, and then go take a look at the list of people who want to work with Cardi B. You take a look at the people who respect Offset in the game and the business. There's no comparison between the two. Cardi B has her niche, but let's just be honest. Offset is that dude. He's the fella that there are no female rappers who want to be like Cardi B. There's a bunch of dudes who want to be like Offset. That's status. Right there.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't make as much money as she does, but no, he's got status in the game. Cats want to be him. Okay. The females want to knock Cardi B. Fellas want to work with Offset. Females want to knock Cardi B off. Dudes don't want to knock Offset off. They want to be down with him. That's my point. Future, he's got status. Dudes want to be down with him. They ain't trying to knock him off. Drake, they trying to knock him off. Cardi B, females don't want to be down with her. They want her spot. They don't want to work with her. They don't want to cooperate with her. They want her spot. Offset's got status. So, yeah, he doesn't make as much money as she does, but his money is straight, of course. He's got a wife who makes more money, yeah, but he's got more status. She looks up to him.
Okay.
Remember, Chris Brown came for Quavo. He didn't come for Offset. So I gotta remind you. All right, he came for Quavo. He ain't really coming to Offset like that. All right. There you go.
All right. One last question, then I'm gonna go. All right. So if I'm I guess more established and making more money than guys that I deal with in my circle, should I exit stage left and start dealing with other folks that have more motion going on?
You always have to do that.
Okay.
You can't challenge yourself by dealing with people on, I'm talking about men business, folk on your level. That's not going to make you better. You only
Should I
get
deal with
better
an older
by,
crowd?
you should certainly deal with a more established crowd. I mean, you're supposed to be looking for your next leg up. So you always need to be looking for entree and an avenue into people who got more than you. They have more than you. They know more than you. The folks, whoever's on that next level, you're supposed to always be trying to climb up there. Professor Scott Galloway has talked about that. That's the reason why he tells people to move to a super city, because you're going to be in a more competitive environment. Everybody's trying to get their weight up because that's the only way you survive in those places. And that's where you want to be at. So you're always looking for people who can take you to the next level up. You must always be doing that. Otherwise, you become stagnant. You're a business owner, at least that's what you were saying. Well, a business that's not growing is a business that's dying. That's the fact. A city that isn't growing is a city that's dying. A business that is not growing is a business that's dying. You're not stagnant. You're not sitting still. You're either growing, which means you're going into business, or you're stagnant, which means you're going out of business.
Yeah.
Okay. That's just the way that is. So you are always looking to make networks, connections to other people who have more than you. That is the single most valuable thing you can do for two reasons. Number one, it's elevating where you are. But number two, probably even more important, by appealing to people who have more than you and are doing more than you, is forcing you to start understanding where the holes in your game are. The rules that worked for $100,000 a year are not the rules that apply at $500,000 a year. The folk you're dealing with are different. $100,000 a year is a salary for yourself. $500,000 a year you can pay for employees. $1 million, now we're dealing with something different. So the type of person you have to be is different at those levels. The type of things that work are different at each of those levels. Are you dealing with people who are grooming you for that? Or better yet, just in the company and the environment of them so you see what's expected of you? Because let me tell you, you don't get to make $1 million a year being a nice guy. That don't happen.
No, you don't.
That doesn't happen. You don't have to be a scumbag either. Let me be clear, you don't have to be a scumbag either, but what I'm saying is things are different. You might have been able to shoot the breeze with dudes when you was making 100,000. You're not going to be able to do that if you're going to make $1 million and keep making it. You're not going to be able to do that. So the rules that work and how you're going to live and how you're going to move, being around those cats, I'm just saying I've seen that in my life. Look, I've made 3 documentary films. My last one I'm working on right now, I've got not one, not two. I've got several multi-millionaires in there. Dame Dash and, Teddy Riley. I can go down the list. It doesn't get any bigger. And what I'm saying is the way, even at this point in my life, talking to these men one-on-one and getting able to speak with them the way I have at length, the conversations that they have are different than the conversations I've had with cats who were established a decade ago. So as you keep moving up, you realize things change and things are different. For example, without me going into anybody's business, because I ain't gonna do that, let me tell y'all something. If you want to make $1 million a year, if you're in that level there, people talk about their tangibles. When you're dealing with folks who their worth is measured in tens of millions, they don't discuss tangibles anymore. Now, that was something else that I'll be going into. They don't discuss tangibles. Everything that they talk about is intangibles.
Ideas or something like that?
Oh, no. Relationships, concepts, expectations and aspirations, requirements they place on themselves, where they're going. None of these people I talk to are out the game. All of them are still in it. All of them are still making music. All of them are still making deals. All of them are still they're all still in the game. They're all still competing and competitive. but they're more concerned with the intangibles. So I know everybody immediately goes to about the business part of it, but what I'm saying is no, networking. Well, that's an intangible. I mean, you can talk to somebody. You can't put the nigga in your pocket and carry him around. You can't take him to the bank and get a loan against him. No, your relationship with him, however, technically speaking, I mean, there's tangible benefits, don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying is it's not a possession. It's not something you can put in your closet. So networking is a skill and it does have a benefit, but that's not really a tangible, but it does have value. But then again, so there's intellectual property. So what I'm saying is that with these guys here, they don't have $1 million in cars. They're talking to me about $10 million of relationships, $20 million of IP, $50 million of resources, intellectual resources, networking resources. What I'm saying is that these guys at the level that they're talking about, they're opening doors without spending any money. Well, Jason, okay. What do you mean by that? Let me try this a different way. You get a phone call from Teddy. You get a phone call from DJ Quick. You get a phone call from Timbaland. Whoever your hot producer is, he ain't got to spend no money. You're going to answer that call. Whatever he says he wants, you're going to do it. Whatever he says he wants, you're going to do it. Brother, if T.I. calls you up right now on the phone while you're talking to me, you won't even say bye.
I get what
you in Atlanta. Brother. If T.I. rings you up right now, you won't even say bye, Jason. You won't even say that. It's just going to be click. Yes, that's going to be the end of that right there. Okay. And what I'm saying is, how much does that cost?
A phone call? Nothing.
No. How much did it cost T.I. to have the ability to get you to respond that way?
Nothing. I mean,
obviously it cost millions.
Yeah.
Obviously it's cost him decades. The money is tangible. The decades are intangible. And what I'm saying is to have that type of influence over you as a total stranger is not for sex and it's not for politics. That's just, I don't know what's going on in your head. It's probably going to be business. But what I'm saying is this is a man you've never spoken to. At least I don't think you have. And if he showed up right now, you're going to drop everything you're doing. But I don't think you're a fanboy. You're not looking for a date and you're not a fanboy. And yet take a look at what your response would be. And what I'm telling you is, do you realize that that has a monetary value? It's intangible. You can't touch it. You've never even talked to the man. It can't be a tangible. You've never talked to him and never met him. And yet there's an intrinsic value there. I don't know what Jason can do for you, but you would abandon that in a heartbeat, apparently, for a guy you never talked to. These fellas ain't loyal, folks. But my point is, that's valuable. And that's the way these guys are living now. They can make phone calls and the other person on the other end is going to drop what they're doing. And what I'm saying is, what you never ask yourself is, by the way, how much does that cost? How much did that cost them? They spent decades of their life. How much value have those men had to acquire to get that kind of response from you? How much value is there? And I would submit to you, that's not $1 million of value. That's multiple millions.
Yeah, okay.
Because what you're doing is taking a chance on offending me by responding like that. Obviously, you've made a calculus that this person here has got a lot more value. And I'm not going to argue with you. I'll be the last person. See, I was not talking to you as much as me, so I guess I do have some value there, but let's just keep it real. T.I. might not be he might not speak as genteel as me, but he certainly made it to $1 million before I did. What am I going to do, sit here and lie to you all? So I'm not going to take that from that man. I'm not going to do that. So obviously he's got some value there. How am I going to get mad at you for acknowledging that? Because let me tell you right now, if T.I. called me right now, I wouldn't even tell y'all about it. The program would be over. Click. That's it. Y'all was like, oh, YouTube messing with him. No, I just cut y'all off. T.I. on the phone.
Okay.
Bye. Gotta go.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that's the way it goes. So what I'm telling you is that's not $1 million of value. That's millions. To get that kind of response from people, that's millions of dollars in value. But it's intangible because he hasn't paid you anything. And yet the value is there. You see the value in it, and he didn't, not $1 has crossed hands. Do you realize the intangible value there?
I do now.
So I want you all to understand, as you move up the ladder, that's how it goes. Elon Musk is talking about putting men on Mars. Do you realize that the money is just a side effect after that? He has an aspiration to go to Mars. After that, the money makes itself. That is a result of the fact that he built PayPal into what it is and Tesla into what it is. That has built up so much value that now if he tells you he wants to go to Mars, here comes billions of dollars of investment. Simply because he's saying it. But that's an intangible. That aspiration to go to Mars. You ain't on Mars. Nobody's ever been. If they do go, they're going to die, by the way. But what I'm saying is just sitting there shooting the breeze with him. That's an intangible. That's the level you have to be at up here, is concepts have millions of dollars of value. Concepts that nothing has happened with. How long did Dr. Dre string people along for detox?
But detox never coming out.
And, okay, thank you. It's 20 years later before we've all accepted that. But by the way, and here's the thing, if Dre jump up tomorrow, by the way, I'm working on detox, he's going to have a line of rappers out the door from every era. That's millions of dollars, but it's also, as you just confirmed, that's an intangible. Just him wanting to have that conversation still stops people in their tracks. And we know it's bull jive and ain't going nowhere. But that's what I'm talking about. So I want you to understand the difference there. Making hundreds of thousands, folks making millions, still talking about tangibles. I can tell you about folk I've talked to here, and they didn't even discuss tangibles anymore. Their conversations about intangibles. So I just want you to get that idea. So if you're in a room with them and you still talking about cars, let me be very, very clear with you. That wasn't the conversations I had with any of those men. They were not impressed by my car. Let me tell you, I brought out the fine china. They were not impressed at all. They didn't insult it, but they wasn't like, wow, this is great. No, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. You bring your G-Wagon. He's like, yeah, here's my Brabus. That's literally, it's like, here's my Brabus. I gave it to the son. So they are not impressed by anything you're going to do. And this is not disrespectful. I'm just saying, know the level you at. It's like, we're past that. If you told him about a concept that he hadn't thought of or something, that has value. So I'm just saying, when you get to that level, the conversation's going to change. It better. If you're talking to them and you still talking about money, hoes, and clothes, they're like, yeah, you back down now. So I'm just saying that to you so you understand there's levels to this.
All right. Well, brother, I do appreciate you. I do appreciate your time. I appreciate everything about you, brother, man. Like,
well, you got homework to do.
True.
Thank you very much for checking in with us. Yeah, I know folks probably want me to go more in depth with that. I don't want to talk about that. I mean, I don't want to say I don't want to talk about it. I mean, things like that, I'm very reluctant to talk to you all about, because take a look at how far off in the woods you got to go with that. And take a look what my numbers did. As soon as I started talking about that, my numbers dropped. So like I say, for a lot of folk, it just puts them to sleep. They zone out. You know, this isn't the sexy part. This part is not the sexy part. Everybody can wrap their heads around money, hoes, and clothes and tangibles. And I'm like, yeah, but by the way, do you realize there's levels above that? And when you get up there, they actually don't talk about that anymore. Those conversations, they literally don't speak about any of those things at all. They speak about things with value, but they don't talk about that. So, by the way, if you all want to know what the advanced classes would look like, for me, that's what an advanced class would look like. But most of the people would tune out. And it's like, this is boring. I don't see the value of it. It's going to Mars. All right, waiter check, please. But I just thought you all would like to know that, by the way, from a guy who you all have confirmed, oh, Jason does talk to people on that level. By the way, that's what they talk about. They talk about that, and they don't take you seriously if you can't. They talk about that, and they don't take you seriously if you can't talk about that. If you can't talk about those things in depth, those men don't take you seriously. And if you're still talking about your Bentley or talking about, your trip to Dubai, they're not taking that seriously. That's not impressing them. They don't see the value. Not to say they don't think those are okay and everything. What I'm saying is you can talk about Joe Bentley on your way to talking about something bigger. You better be doing that. If that's the height of what you're talking about, it's going downhill quick. Jason, how do you know that? Because you can tell when you've lost a person's interest. You don't want to be in a room with people who are tens of millions of dollars and you can see that you've lost their interest. They're not really picking up nothing. They're not really picking up nothing. You can see that they don't think there's a whole lot to you. You can see when that happens, and that's the kiss of death. That's the kiss of death. So you want to make sure that that's not you. If that is you, they will let you know very quickly, non-verbally, that, yeah, this is not going anywhere. And their time is valuable. They don't sit there and shoot the breeze with folks like that. They don't do that. They rude. No, they just know the value of their time. They don't do that. They don't do that. So a lot of those things there, if you say you want to go that higher level, I'm just letting you know, by the way, they have the conversations with them are as different as the conversations with self-employed people were from all the employees you used to talk to. When you were talking to your friends who were coworkers, their conversations were different from the ones the bosses had. Well, when you got folks who got that bigger level there, their conversations are even different from that. And when you spend time in those circles, then you start realizing, oh, y'all don't even talk about that. And I'm going to lose your attention or interest if you don't. Oh. And furthermore, you can't fake it. You can't fake it. I want to put a bow on tonight's program here. Have men given up on marriage? And they've probably given up on it with most of the females. Ladies, men are interested in marriage, but I want you to understand, you are finding fewer men who are willing to take a bad deal. There are fewer men who are willing to accept a bad deal. That's the point. Will is still in the chat room. Should I not deal with baby mamas? Will, if you're prone to fall in love, if you're prone to make permanent attachments like giving her her fifth kid or marry her, no, you should not be dealing with baby mamas. Matter of fact, if you're gonna be dealing with a single mom, she needs to be one of others. Single moms are the designated concubines of society. That doesn't mean you have to be rude to her, but she needs to know where her place is. If you are foolish enough to invest in her, you will get what you deserve. But other than that, yes, you can deal with single moms. But if I can trust you not to fall in love, give her a kid or give her a marriage, and you keep her in her box. If I can trust you not to go outside of that confines, well, I suppose you can. But most of you haven't demonstrated the discipline to be able to do that. Y'all fall in love. They get desperate, like my truck driving dude. I mean, it's like, really? Really? He's sitting there, let me come feed and clothe these kids. Let me do that. Let me feed and clothe these kids. So, Keep that in mind. It's going to be more challenging for the men going forward. For the ladies, it's going to be more challenging for you too. The guys that you most desire, like I say, the women are finally waking up and realizing just because you might have slept with Drake one time, that doesn't mean you can have a Drake. It doesn't really mean that. Competition is going to be stiff, and it will remain that way. All that's happening right now is there will be fewer men looking to make a bad deal. There's always going to be desperate men, always going to be simps. But there will be fewer men out there looking to make a bad deal. There will just be fewer of those. The men who actually go through the work and take the time and sacrifice and build themselves up, fewer of them would be willing to settle for a bad deal. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. If you are his best option, it'll be self-evident. And if you're not, well, get in where you fit in and don't accept a bad deal. And don't insist on a bad deal. Or you can try. Who knows? Maybe you'll get lucky. Maybe lightning will strike. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you have not joined our Patreon, the link is in the description. We do it every weekend at 12 noon Central Time. You are more than welcome to join us. We'll be doing this here tomorrow. You got a little taste of some of the stuff we talk about here tonight, by the way, when you go off in the woods about that, but then I get to get in depth about it. So you have that option as well. I want to thank all of you for joining us here for tonight's program. Thank you for watching live or recorded. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will